Warning. The Dragon Between podcast may contain language and adult humor that is unsuitable for those 13 years and younger. Viewer discretion is advised.
You're listening to the Dragon Between podcast, a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign set in the Eberron pulp fantasy setting created by Keith Baker. New episodes are recorded every Sunday and released on the following week. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel for clips and future episodes. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter for updates and news on the podcast. And now on with the show! When the characters last met, following the events at the underwater temple of Delthor within the Thunder Sea at the sunken city of Krakalhun, the characters found themselves transported to a strange, flooded cave system. As they began to explore their new surroundings, they discovered that the artifact that had allowed them access to the portal had somehow merged with their Warforged companion, coating his construct form in a layer of burnished golden metal. The group were then led on a chase as their rogue was suddenly sucked into an orb of water that immediately began to float out of the chamber. The party followed after their friend, encountering a strange half-orc child and a hostile force of knights that rode water-weird mounts. The battle was fierce and nearly deadly for one of them as they watched on in horror as Twinkle was knocked unconscious and dragged away from her friends under the water. The group followed after, chasing after the knights in hot pursuit, and emerged from the twisting tunnels and down waterfalls into a massive cavern, an underground lake. And at the center of the lake, an island that appeared to be jutted forth of enormous multicolored coral, and a large watery globe floating above it. As the party assessed their surroundings, they watched much smaller globes drifting around in and out of the lake. The group observed that their fallen companion was being potentially harassed and possibly in danger of this strange horned individual. Vrax then flew forward to challenge this strange individual, and a battle ensued. The Oracle, who referred to herself as the Oracle, summoning forth two disgusting lobster-like chul aberrations that immediately attacked the party. The battle raged on. Unfortunately, seeing the cleric Adelum downed and dragged through one of the water portals, seemingly gone from this plane of existence, the Oracle was eventually defeated, and the party's barbarian rushed forth to protect his friends, and was unfortunately also fell by one of the chul creatures, and the party watched on in horror as Vrax was dragged through the portal, again, just like Adelum, evaporating. Before the group had time to assess and digest what was happening, there was a sudden warbling as the larger portal of the other portals floating amidst the chamber began to expand like a soap bubble. And instead of popping, an enormous tentacled creature began drifting out of the watery globe, roaring a challenge to the rest of the remainder of the Kaiju Squad. Scorched, as you reaching your hand out, you was just attempting to strike at the lobster-like chul creature that dragged Vrax into one of the watery globes. You watch on in horror as your thick, powerful barbarian friend's unconscious form is dragged through the portal and he's gone. You now hear the warbling and the roar as this creature emerges from the portal above. As you begin to look around, you see the conscious form of your goblin rogue friend, who is still sitting on the plain greenish crystal source lead. Alistair still hovering, flying, if he hasn't already landed in the water. And the strange half-orc child, called herself Kosh, floating above, arms folded before, now all her arms are at the ready, and seeming to stare at this strange creature that emerges from the portal. As you all look around, you can see now the orbs, some of them small, some of them large, drifting within the cavern, up out of the lake, up towards the ceiling, bouncing along and moving about. What would you all like to do?
Not really knowing where everyone else is and seeing this huge monstrosity coming into the portal, Scorch is going to go after the lobster-like creature that went after that took Vrax into that portal.
Okay, so you're going towards the portal?
Yes.
Okay. Again, this is essentially, at this point, I would need you all to roll initiative to see who gets to go first. I'll go ahead and roll for Twinkle. And why not? I'll roll for Kosh as well. Okay. So on Twinkle's turn, she screams, "Vrax! No!" And she looks forth towards her friend. She's like, "I'm stuck up here!" And she will hold her action. Unless someone else would like to tell me what they think Twinkle would do.
Twinkle is running scared.
Running scared? Okay. She's sitting right now, hovering in the air on the source lead. The source lead, I should mention, that Vrax left behind when he passed through the portal.
It's a good thing she heard him speak the command word on it.
Oh, did she?
Oh yeah, she was right next to him when he did it, and then smacked it.
Okay. Well, in that case, wasn't she unconscious, though, when she did that?
No, she had already woke back up. She was screaming when I sent her off.
Okay. Well, in that case, Twinkle will... Let's see if Twinkle observed, first of all, Vrax actually going into the portal. So we're going to just make a simple... We'll take her... I'll tell you what, we'll take her passive perception on this. Sure. She's got a passive of 15. I'd say she'd be able to observe all of a sudden Vrax being pulled into one of these portals. What's the distance, the speed on those crystal sleds? The source sled? Was it 50? 80?
50, I think.
Alright. Twinkle screams out, "We're gonna die!" And she rushes towards the portal. And she yells to her companions, "We gotta save Vrax! And Adelum!" And rushes into the source sled, passes through the warbling bubble of water, what appears to be water, and she evaporates. Once she hits the surface of the water, she is sucked in and she is gone. On Kosh's turn, Kosh is going to attack the Aboleth.
So it is an aboleth.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
You showed us a picture.
Let's see. I can show the picture again if you want.
Yes, please.
This is the image of the terrifying creature.
Ooh, is it a big one?
It's pretty big.
Well, I'd like to be the first to announce that y'all are giga-fucked.
Alright. Whoops. So, let's see. Alright, she's going to go ahead and use her attack, Mind Thrust. The Aboleth succeeds, so it will take half damage on this attack. It takes 5 damage. And then Alistair, and if you're looking in this direction, you just suddenly see this wave of energy that just erupts from the child, and you almost see like a blinding blue light which seems to be emanating from her forehead as this wave passes forth towards the Aboleth. Whoops. For some reason it was no longer. Let's try that again. There we go. Once again, creature succeeds and only takes 9 damage from Kosh. In response to the attacks from Kosh, the Aboleth roars in challenge and rushes forth towards Kosh and just begins attempting to beat Kosh out of the air with its tentacles. And unfortunately, that is a failure on Kosh's Constitution saving throw. And its other 2 attacks miss. Kosh, feeling the acid now eating away at her body, one of her arms now melts off of the side of her body and plops into the water below. And Kosh just sort of screeches this terrifying, horrifying, unearthly sound that should not come from a child. Just a... And that's the end of their turn. Alistair, you just watched this enormous tentacled monster fight this half-orc child that has been your companion for a little while. And you just watched it melt her arm off. What would you like to do? You also observed the form of your rogue just zooming past you on the green crystal source lead and then disappearing into the portal that the lobster-like creature dragged Vrax's and Delum's body in.
Alistair is going to look at the Aboleth and then Kosh and say, "You need to run," and then use Chill Touch on the Aboleth.
Using Chill Touch? I believe that's a touch attack, sir.
It says range is 120 feet.
Really?
You create a ghostly skeletal hand in the space of a creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the creature to assail it with the
nice.
chill of the...
Go for it.
Intriguing.
That is definitely a hit, as this ghostly hand emerges and coalesces into being.
And I am then going to fly through the portal after... Cool.
Okay. You fly forth towards the bubble, which is now sinking in underneath the surface of the lake, splashing into it, and Alistair is gone. And Scorched, it is your turn. You're watching some sort of very strange battle royale happening above the island.
Yeah, by now Scorch isn't really paying attention to the battle. He's trying to get into that portal.
Okay. Scorch, you swim forth using your full movement. You are able to pass into the portal. And you're gone. Feel a strange tugging sensation in the center of your mass, your body. And the sounds of the water, the sounds of battle around you are gone.
After slaying the boss monster, cleaving it nearly in half, Vraximus looked over and saw his friends being beset by a giant crustacean. Leaping into the water like a crocodile, he swam over and jumped up and bit hold of it as hard as he could. The crab swung around, snapping into Vrax, and Vrax went unconscious. The last his friend saw him, he was being sucked away into a whirlpool.
A hot, stinging air constantly barrages your body. As you look off into the distance, you see that same blasted landscape, this massive battlefield that appears to stretch on forever and ever. Sitting within the cramped confines of this small prison cell that's dangling off the edge of this massive flying fortress. Zen, you have just a moment to react as you look up and see a giant lizard man landing on you.
Ah! Can I dodge out of the way?
Sure, make a dexterity saving throw. I'd say that's I'll take the first one.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to
worries.
figure it out. It's different on the NPC sheet.
Vrax, you impact something hard and lumpy, and you are startled awake.
The fuck?
And as you begin to, your eyes blink open and you begin to look around, you see that you are currently in a cage on a pile of corpses and bones that seem to have been cast aside like trash. And the wind is howling around you. As you look up and into the sky above you, you see this smoke-filled, cloudy sky. And you see this burnt, rust-colored wall that seems to stretch up forever, but does appear to have an apex far, far above you. And as you look around and gauge your surroundings now, you see a thin, alabaster-skinned male with shock white hair who is looking at you with the look of utter surprise in his eyes.
Bruh, who might you be?
I am Vrax. Who are you? And where are we?
I'm Jin, and we're in some sort of prison. It's been a while since I've seen somebody else.
That doesn't bode well. How long you been here, Zen?
Years. I lost count. It's just my hair's growing gray.
It's not been years, but okay.
You said it was years.
Hell no, I didn't say it was years.
Oh.
You just woke up in this place, Zen, and within the last hour, you watched this thing move from a blasted hellscape to some weird kaleidoscopic jungle dimension, and it stopped at a floating peninsula, picked up something, and then moved away from that and is going back towards this gigantic gateway. And you can both see now that you can see where the azure blue sky and clouds end, and this violent reddish sky with the blackened clouds and these fireballs that are constantly raining down in the distance, off in the distance. These massive fireballs that are raining down from the sky at different intervals and impacting the ground far below. The vehicle appears to be moving away from this other place that you watched you watched this strange flying fortress moving away from.
Okay.
Do I believe him on the years thing, or do I think he's fucking with me?
Make an insight check.
I made a perception check. All right, give me a second.
Make a deception check, or Zen. So that would be a charisma check.
Okay.
Unless you have it. So you're fairly certain, Vrax, that this guy doesn't really seem to know how long he's been here. And he has this sort of a wild look to him. His hair is messy. He's wearing leather armor. And the armor has sort of almost a chitinous, blackened, bug-like texture to it. Like it looks like the segments of an insect in places.
Well, either you're fucking with me or you're stupid. Either way, you don't seem to have been here for that long.
All right. I just woke up. I don't know how long I've been here. I just started to move to a different place wherever we are.
Well, considering the bodies around us, they usually don't release people.
Yeah.
You got any ideas about getting out of here?
Nope. I've only been here for, like I said, I just woke up and that's it. I watched it move a little bit.
Let's look around, see if we can find some kind of lock. Maybe we can get out of this place. Search these corpses. Maybe you'll find something.
I'll look around and I'll start searching.
Okay.
I'll start searching as well.
You can make, if you're looking on the corpses, you can make an investigation check. If you're just looking around the general area where you're at currently, it would be a perception check.
I'm going to make the perception check. I'm looking around the area.
Okay. So, Vrax, looking around this cage, the platform itself appears to be made out of some sort of mesh metal and some sort of a strange semicircular patterned platform that's jutting out from the side of this weird, massive flying fortress. And there is this interlacing cage that also appears to be made out of iron. It's rusted and jagged, and it sort of crisscrosses. There doesn't seem to be any sort of discernible pattern, or it just seems like somebody took a bunch of metal and just started like welding it together. And you can see through the open spaces between the bars, you can clearly see off in the distance behind you, you see that a strange peninsula. It's floating. It's like an island floating in the middle of the sky. And beyond that, you just see this kaleidoscope of what appears to be ringed and Mobius strip shaped landscapes that seem to spread out in all different patterns in the sky. Some of it is blocked by clouds. In the azure sky you can see beyond. It just doesn't seem to have any sort of discernible pattern to you. And looking in the opposite direction, you can see now that blasted landscape in the red sky with the choked smoke. And you see a trio of massive flying creatures that circle the flying fortress, swooping and screeching. And at one time, one flies past your cage like it's about to leap onto the cage, and it just screeches as it swoops by your cage, just almost deafening you as it does so, and then it flies off and away and around the edge of the massive flying fortress. The rust-colored iron wall, you can see now where you came from when you fell down. You can see what appears to be a rounded opening with no discernible trapdoor or it just looks like an open orifice that's approximately 4 feet wide in an oval shape that juts out from the side of it. It's unfortunately too high for you to reach standing up, even at your imposing height. But you get the sense that you could potentially stand on something to reach it, or potentially boost another person up to reach it.
Very well. Zen, you found anything?
I want to search the body.
Okay, make an investigation check then.
All right. 6.
You are rifling through these corpses. Most of them appear to be wearing rags. Their flesh is emaciated. A lot of them are rotting. Some of the bodies look a little fresher than others. Some of them seem to be of species and races that you have never encountered before. A few of them in particular have sort of a mottled blue skin and almost look of an amphibian nature. Their facial features are similar to that of an elf. Elven features, sharp, bony faces, the bone structure very similar to an elf, but they have like frilly parts on their hands and on their feet and legs, like almost like webbing in places. And as you're going through what you assume is the pocket of one of these creatures, you actually slip your hand into what appears to be a gill slit and pull your hand out, and is coated in a thick, slimy, saliva-like substance. You need to flick it off of you. It's disgusting. And it reeks. It smells briny like seawater and decay.
I've never seen these type of creatures before, but they're very dead. Some longer than others. I don't see anything.
Nothing useful. Very well.
What now?
Maybe I could speak with those flying bird things.
You want to try to speak to one?
You should give it a try.
It'll take me an hour to prepare, but I can try to attempt to speak with them.
Okay. How does that spell work?
Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's 10 minutes.
That's 10 minutes.
It's a ritual. Speak with animals.
Speak with animals.
I gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts.
With beasts?
Yes.
Okay. And how?
I don't know what these creatures are, but I can try.
How do you cast it? Does it require components? Or spell focus?
Component says V and S.
Okay, so it doesn't require any sort of materials.
That verbal and semantic?
Yes. Verbal and semantic, that would be hand signals, gestures, and of course your voice.
Yes, so I don't need anything to cast it except for my naked form.
Okay. So it takes you about 10 minutes to sketch out the sigils and symbols with your clawed hands. And then you hear the guttural soundings of this strange lizard man who nearly fell on top of you and squished you. And you can see now that this individual starts making these strange barking noises. And Vrax, you can see off in the distance one of those creatures that appears to be flapping its wings. It's made its circle and it's coming back towards the cage that you're currently in.
Well, I'm gonna start trying to get its attention.
Okay, it's
yelling over toward.
It's making a beeline towards you.
I'm gonna look over at my cellmate and tell him, "You might want to hold on. I don't know how this is gonna turn out."
Do I have any weapons on me at all?
You have no weapons on you, unfortunately.
Okay.
I have mine though, right?
Actually, no. You have nothing. All you have on you is your loincloth, Vrax.
And my teeth.
And your teeth. You appear to have been stripped of your sword.
Well, I'm waiting for my new friend to arrive.
Okay. The massive creature, which I will share with you now an image of what it looks like. It looks like this. This massive...
As it gets closer and I see it, I say, I don't think that's an animal.
And as you say that, the creature was flapping its wings. Suddenly, it screeches out this ungodly, horrible noise. Just sort of like, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Just like... And it just attacks the side of this cage and its long, bony tail with a pincer on the end of it starts attempting to stab at the both of you, well, specifically at you, who made the noise towards it, and trying to impale you with it.
I'm going to switch over to Abyssal and start yelling at that like it's got some damn sense and get off my cage.
It does not respond. In fact, it is continuing to attempt to stab at you. The bars of the cage are just narrow enough, though, that its long, envenomed pincer, this stinger, just can't get through the bars. But the bars are starting to bend in places where it's attempting to get into the place. I should mention this thing is huge.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna continue to provoke it in Abyssal and start making fun of it now about how stupid it is and how it can't get into our cave.
Okay, Zen. So you are watching this going on now, looking around. You're watching as this creature is attempting to rip the side of this cage off, and you're seeing that you have nowhere else to go. The only other place that seems to be an exit from where you are, from this danger, whatever this thing is, appears to be that a round, oval-shaped, 4-foot wide aperture that's above you on that wall, that back wall where the semicircle meets that iron-colored wall. And this lizard man appears to is continuing to yell at this thing. And as you look off in the distance, you see another one of these things, which is flying towards you now, flying to where all this commotion is going on.
I want to run to the middle of the cage and just like cower, like, stop, please! They're gonna get in!
Well, that's the idea, that we can get out. You have a better idea?
No. We have nothing. No weapons to defend ourselves. We're dead.
That's cowards talk.
As you say that, we're dead, Zen. The two of you, there's a loud noise, and it seems to echo far above you both. And as you look up into the sky now, you see a strange metallic device that has a wheel on the front and the back of it. And the wheels are flaming. And there are metallic wings outstretched, like bat wings. And this thing is gliding towards the top of the aperture of this structure, this flying structure. And you watch as it streaked across the sky, seemingly coming from the blasted landscape, over the blasted landscape, towards the top of this place. And then you just watch as the engine sound, this strange droning, cuts out as it disappears at the apex of this device, this massive flying fortress. And the creature is now continuing to scratch and claw and try to tear the side of the cage off. And you can see the other one now is getting closer to you, too.
Any ideas?
Maybe we could try. He points up. Together.
To what?
I don't know. The way we came in. Rather than being eaten by that thing.
Do you think it even eats things like us? Maybe it just wants to rip us to pieces.
I don't know. That's huge.
Boom! The other one now impacts the side of the cage and has joined that first one in clawing and attempting to rip the side of the cage off. You can now hear the sound of the metal screeching from it and straining as this thing is attempting to pull with all its might on the side of the cage.
Foolish things. Come on then. Let me help you up there and see if you can make it out.
Okay. So with with advantage, because Rax is attempting to push you up, he can attempt to push you up. He is tall enough, and with your height, you can reach the bottom of this shaft. So make a strength athletics check, or just a strength check for me, with advantage.
All right.
Okay.
6.
You attempt to grab onto the edge, but it's just too slick in places, and you start to tumble backwards onto Vrax. This alabaster-skinned elf just falls on your head now, Vrax. And you can feel your ears, you can feel your hearing is ringing right now as he clobbers you.
You want to try that again?
The sound of rending metal from behind you both as you watch, all of a sudden the cage splits in an area, and its long, bony, clawed hand now reaches in and can just barely misses the back of you as it's clawing and trying to grab you, Vrax.
Adorable. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to jump up there and grab hold of the opening.
Okay. Make a strength athletics check, Vrax. Okay. Vrax, you leap up and reaching up, grabbing the edge of the platform, and you start to pull yourself up. And you can see that the interior of this aperture, this funnel almost, is rough in areas. So it's actually very easy for you to find purchase and climb up. Looking backwards now, you see the worried look of the alabaster-skinned elf looking up at you as this clawed, long, albino white clawed hand is reaching, attempting to grab him. As it reaches out, his fingers splayed wide. And Zen, you just feel the tickle of the claw as it scratches on the back of your armor. Not doing any damage, but you feel it just sort of clawing and scratching, trying to grab you.
Good luck, you soft-skinned weakling.
Don't leave me. I can help you.
I'm just kidding. Here, grab at my hand.
Can I jump up and grab his hand?
Yes, you can attempt. Make a strength check with advantage because he's reaching for you. There is
7.
a screech of metal rending. The whole cage and platform comes ripping off of the side of the wall from its precarious position as you leap up into the air and reach out, and Vrax's hand grabs your wrist as he begins to haul you up into the hole. You can hear the sound now of these strange bony-like creatures with their weird dragonfly-like wings screeching in disappointment as they were not able to catch you. And as you look backwards, you see the platform falling off towards the blasted landscape below. You see the bodies and bones and the twisted metal tumbling. The bone-like flying creatures tumble with it for a moment and then break away and begin swooping, looking like they're about to swoop back towards you, specifically towards that opening, that oval-shaped opening.
Damn, they didn't die with it.
Thank you.
Huh? Oh, yeah. No problem.
Now what?
You are now a few feet away from the opening now, and you can just hear this sound of rumbling machinery in the background as the flying fortress continues on slowly across the landscape.
I don't know, man. This is your plan. I was going to stay and fight the creatures.
Well, let's continue. Maybe we can get inside somewhere into the fortress.
Maybe we can find some money. Or better yet, weapons.
Agreed.
Okay. So what would you all like to do now?
We are proceeding forward.
Okay. So it's quite the climb. You feel like you have climbed for what feels like a half an hour. Your muscles are sore as you inch your way up this long shaft that seems to head at an angle. It feels like you're heading at an angle, and eventually you come to what appears to be a hatch that's currently closed. It's pitch black, but you can. You reach, like, as you get to the top, Vrax, you just feel bonk as you bump your head on metal.
Hey, can you see what this is?
Can I reach and feel?
Well, you can see because you have dark vision, Zen.
Oh yes, I do. Like some kind of metal thing.
You elves are weird. Metal what? What does it do?
I kind of look around, trying to, since he's in front, I think it's some kind of hatch.
It did feel like whatever it was had some give to it when you bumped it with your head, Vrax. And as you're running your hands and investigating it, Zen, you can see that it seems to be on a hinge system. Like it lifts.
It's a door or a hatch, something. You're kind of in the way though. You're a big lizard man.
All right, stand back. I got this. I'm gonna reach around till I find the handle and try to force this thing open.
Okay. You don't see any sort of a handle, but as you push on it, this panel appears to have some give to it, and it opens up into a chamber.
I'm going to stealth.
Okay. And
I as well.
as you enter into the chamber, you can see that there are 3 what appear to be preserved corpses that are currently laying on stone slabs. And you see some sort of a window which allows some light within this chamber. And the window has sort of like a kaleidoscopic texture to it. And there does not appear to be any other notable things within the chamber other than a few tools that appear to be used to prepare. Like they almost look like butcher's tools. And you see a metallic door in the wall behind you.
See anything useful?
I want to look around and see if I can see anything other than the bodies.
Other than the bodies?
Yeah. Is there anything useful on them?
Are you touching them, or are you just looking at them from a distance?
Looking at them from a distance.
Make a perception check, sir. You can also just say that you use your passive perception. That is a
5.
natural 1. Those are some dead bodies.
Yeah.
Zen, they're behind you. Look the other way.
Zen,
Dead bodies.
looking at Vrax, this whole time, Vrax seems pretty messed up. He appears to have clotted wounds all over his body and areas. And Vrax, you feel it. You're feeling really rough.
You look hurt. Are you alright?
Yeah, no shit. I've been chewed up and beat up by quite a few things the last couple of days.
Sorry, I wish I could help, but I'm not that kind. Elf.
Then why the hell are we talking about it? Come on, let's keep going.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm gonna look and see if I see any weapons on those corpses that are.
You see what essentially equates to like a dagger, and you find a couple of them. You find three knives that could very easily be used as daggers.
Any ornamental shields or anything?
No. The corpses themselves seem to be in the process of being mummified. They're linen wrapped, and they have these strange death masks made of iron. They have sort of a rusty patina to them.
Oh, that's so cool. I wish I had one. By the way, I'm assuming I do not have my shield with me either.
That is correct. You have nothing currently, so
Let me
if you want...
delete that so I don't have a 24 AC.
Gotcha.
Does any of those masks look like it could fit me?
Huh? I mean, they just appear to be placed on the corpse. Like, you don't see any kind of a strap on it.
Oh, okay.
These are laying down on a table or something?
They are. There's 3 stone slabs in front of you, and the corpses are laid out on them. And the stone tables appear to be covered in some sort of a foul-smelling chemical substance.
Taking my dagger and seeing my friend investigate the mask, I'm going to go ahead and relieve that body of its head in one solid swoop, just in case.
Make an attack roll. With advantage because this thing is just sitting there. That would be an automatic
yes.
automatic crit. You're able to lop the head off. It's an auto hit, auto crit. The head flies off, and the mask detaches from the face, and you can see now on the opposite side of the mask are these pointed pyramidal spikes that were stuck into the face. And as it comes away from the face, this strange foul-smelling fluid that you saw all over the stone slabs comes spurting out of the head, out of the front of the face, and out of the neck as the head rolls onto the floor.
Hey, look at that mask. You want to wear it?
I'll pick the mask up. Does it stick to my face? It just falls off.
It doesn't appear... did you want to just put it on your face?
Yeah.
Okay. You take 2 piercing damage as you pull it and put it on your face, not really realizing in time that there are rows and rows of spikes sticking on the inside of the mask as it pierces your skin. And as it begins to pierce your skin, you very quickly pull the iron mask away from your face, and Vrax sees like the little blood dots on your face from where the iron spikes pierced your skin.
How did you not see that?
Bad idea.
Yeah, no kidding.
I dropped the mask. Screw it.
Shh. All right, come on, just be quiet, man. Come on.
The iron mask clatters to the metallic floor, and it sort of clang, 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 clang.
What the fuck, man? We're trying to be quiet.
Oh yes. I forgot. It's been a while.
Looking around the chamber, other than that prismatic kaleidoscope-like window that is on the far wall in front of you behind the stone slabs, the only other entrance besides that chute appears to be that metal door that is set within the western wall within the chamber, what you assume is the western wall. You're not sure north, south, east, and west at this point, unfortunately.
Hey, you mind giving me one of those daggers?
Yeah. Go ahead and get you one.
Alright.
Here, take a couple. I only need one.
Okay. I'll put the extra on my side.
Okay.
You want me to go first?
Yes. Yeah, you go first. I'll stay here and watch. I'll watch your back.
Alright. I'll stealth ahead.
Okay, make a stealth check. If you haven't already done so.
18.
Okay. You see the metal door in front of you. The walls within this chamber have that burnt umber rust-like patina to it. The floors appear to be made of this mesh metal. And you can see now that in various places you can almost see like illumination in the distance below you. Like there's other levels below this chamber that you're in. And you can hear in the distance this faint sound of movement and feet on metal. The sounds of feet movement. And of course there's the solid metal door which is set within the wall before you.
I'll head back around and share with Varax what I see. I hear people. We're not alone.
I should mention, Varax, he hasn't left the room.
What?
There's people. There are people.
He now points towards the floor, and you can see now through this fine mesh, very faintly, you can see illumination in places far below you on some other level, and you can also hear the echoing of footsteps on metal below you. Far away, but pronounced.
Okay, we might have to fight our way out of here. Let's fall back into the previous room, find us a quiet corner somewhere, and see if I can rest up a little.
I should mention you guys haven't left the room.
We're still in the same room as the bodies?
Correct. He did not leave the room. He just looked down and looked around the chamber and then pointed at the floor.
There's a door, too, and I point at the door.
How big of a room is this?
It's like on the longest edge is the room itself is sort of like a triangular shape, and it's about 8 feet tall. It's about 20 feet on each edge of this triangular shaped room, is even on the edge that has the door and the edge that has the large 10-foot wide window.
I'm going to have to rest up. Let me sit here and rest some. You keep a watch out. Make sure nobody comes up on us.
Did you want to take a short rest and burn some hit die there, sir?
I'm going to try to, yes.
All right. I will mark you both as taking a short rest. And Zen, I'll go. Okay. I can just go ahead and say that you took that. You rested up as well, and you also, unless you want to say you didn't rest and keep those two piercing damage on you.
No, I'll rest too.
Okay. So neither one of you are keeping watch. Gotcha.
Waking up, I see Zen over there resting next to me. I'm like, what the hell, man?
Oh, I thought you were keeping watch.
I said, hey, Zen, keep watch. Those are my exact words.
I'm sorry.
What's your native language?
Drow.
Oh, God. Okay, come on.
You speak Drow?
No, I don't speak Drow.
There is a rumbling, screeching noise that seems to emanate from somewhere beyond the metal door, somewhere within this level of where you're currently located, within this flying fortress.
Fuck, that's not good.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. It's probably an alarm knowing my luck today.
And
let's go.
I'm going to go ahead. I will go ahead and share a map with you guys. How about that?
Sure.
There we go.
All right, let's get this door open.
Okay. So you're just going to go walk up to the door and try it?
Yes.
Okay.
Try not to make too much noise.
It's a giant metal door. It's going to make noise.
The handle to the door is a screaming skull with spikes sticking out of the eye sockets, and a long tongue that drips from the jaw down and loops around and attaches to the door. That appears to be the handle that you pull on.
Adorable interior. I'm gonna pull on it.
Okay. There is a sort of a sound as the tumbler mechanism comes free. The door is unlocked and it comes open, swings open. And within the next chamber, it's a bit larger room now. It's 25 feet by 25 roughly. And it's filled with this acrid smoke. And you can see in the far corner directly ahead of you, Vrax, you can see these burning coals within this strange looking censer, a large censer. This acrid smoke is coming off of it in waves. And as you look around the chamber, you can now see rows of weapons on racks.
I have died and gone to barbarian heaven.
I peek around the corner too. Oh, very nice.
No, this is beyond nice. This is useful.
And Vrax, as you head into the chamber, you see in one corner of the chamber, you see what appears to be a chunk of obsidian. And sticking out of the chunk of obsidian appears to be the handle to your sword.
Well,
And then you also see another door to the south. You can't move your character.
No, I can't.
That's okay. Just indicate where you want to go and I'll move for you.
Okay.
in which corner is that chunk of obsidian?
It's directly behind you to your right. Like, so towards that north edge corner. It's like directly in front of you. And Zed, you see the same thing. You see this beautiful ornate sword handle. And the sword seems to be stuck into this chunk of obsidian.
Oh. Whose sword is that?
That's my sword.
Oh, okay. I take it it's taken then?
I'm going to try. And I'm going to grab the sword and try to pull it.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw. Okay. As you reach towards the sword racks and grip it, you feel a heat emanating off of it, stinging the palm of your hand. The sword comes free from the obsidian, and the blade ignites, melting the obsidian as you pull it out and hold it off aloft, pointed skyward above your head.
Oh, yeah. I've been wanting this.
And as you look, Vrax, you can see now Zen, as he's looking around the room. Zen, you find what appears to be a beautiful short sword. And it's very similar to, in fact, it is identical to the swords that the Royal Guard within your house use. These appear to be pilfered from your people. They look like the standard issue short swords that your people use in the service to your family.
I reach out and grab it.
Okay. And you also find adequate equipment as well. You find a hand crossbow similar to the standard issue that your family carries. Vrax, unfortunately, you do not find your shield. That appears to be missing. In fact,
Do I find a shield?
You do find a shield. It looks like your standard shield, and it has a screaming skull emblazoned on the front of it.
Nice. I'll grab that.
Okay, AC will go up by 2. I'll throw a shield into your inventory for you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, this helps.
Yeah, it does.
There you go.
And we gotta find our
And it's equipped.
way out.
Well, let's keep opening doors until we find one that leads to freedom.
Okay. This one, very similar to the last. Another screaming skull with a tongue seems to be the handle to opening it. The door appears to be... It does appear to be open.
And I'm going through it.
Okay. As you open the door, beyond you see a 10-foot wide hallway. There's a door immediately in front of you. Looking to your left, there's a wall, solid wall, 15 feet to your left. The door directly in front of you, 10 feet. And then looking to your right, you can see that the hallway continues on. Another one of those smoky sensors that are filled with hot burning coals. More doors, and at the end of the hall, or about halfway down the hall, you see the passageway continues on and curves around, and you can see a set of double doors. And I will reveal some more of the map for you. And as you're looking around, you can see now the strange creature that is milling about the hallway. It's like a pink-skinned creature with no eyes and short, stubby little feet. And the end of it, its rear end, seems to point up like a sail. And it just sort of waddles down the hallway, just going... And it sees you emerging from the door, and it starts scampering off to the west, what you assume is the west, very quickly.
It saw me.
And it continues to make that noise, just sort of like a garbled...
Are you sure it saw me?
It seems to be running away from you. It was...
Oh, it's dying.
Okay. Make an attack. Okay, you hit. And you don't even have to roll damage. In one fell swoop, your flaming blade cauterizing it, you split it right down the middle, and this creature pitifully falls to the ground. And there's this horrible acrid smell as the flesh is burnt from the flame of your blade.
I'm a motion for Zen to come to me. We're going to grab this body, take it back into the previous room we were in, and throw it into that sensor.
Okay. So you're retreating back into that room?
That is correct.
Okay. As you grab the corpse, closing the door behind you, and toss it into the sensor, there's this sizzling noise as the flesh begins to cook, and the body erupts in flames in areas, and as it seems to react through the heat from this warm coals within this sensor. And there's a smell of sort of like an acidic smell of acrid, burnt flesh.
Ugh, smells terrible.
Well, at least we didn't leave any witnesses.
Agreed. Smart thinking.
All right, we're going back out.
Okay.
Just be careful.
That was careful.
So you two head back out into the hallway. You see rows of torches illuminating this hall in places. And
I'm going to open the door in front of me.
okay. As you open the door, this one is also unlocked. Opens into a chamber that is absolutely filled with filth and garbage. And you see another one of those windows beyond. And the sort of like a kaleidoscope, multicolored, very similar to the other one, almost identical actually. The the window that peers out into the blasted, smoke-filled sky beyond.
No door besides this one?
No door besides that one. Zen, with your passive perception, you're hearing the sounds of muffled voices that seem to be emanating from behind one of these doors. Seems to be coming. The sound seems to travel down the hallway, possibly from the double doors.
I'm gonna draw my sword quietly.
Okay.
Rax. Hey.
What?
Hi, people. I kind of point towards the double doors. I hear a thing.
Don't go down there yet. Let's explore other places where we don't hear anyone first and then make our way there to kill them.
All right.
We need to learn more about our enemy before we go in there just lopping off heads.
Agreed. Let's go in this one next. I'm pointing to one that's right above me.
Okay.
I'm going to give him a thumbs up and move with him.
This door doesn't appear to have a handle. It looks very similar to the other metallic doors that you have been going through, but that skull-like knob with the tongue that acts as a handle to the door is not present on this one. It's just...
I'm going to make a motion to Zen there, and we're going to see if we can pry the door open with the dagger.
Okay. Make a strength athletics check, Brax, with the dagger. I'll say that you... Okay. Jamming the dagger into where you would assume would be where the mechanism to open the door would be, the non-hinged side. You twist the dagger, bend it, and it snaps off. The blade snaps off in the door and slides down out of it and clatters onto the floor.
Damn, where's Twinkle when I need her? If I told her there was a pumpkin back there, she would rip that door off.
Who's that?
It's a friend of mine that's really good with doors and locks.
Ah. Yeah, sorry. It's not my expertise.
A what?
It's not my expertise.
Yeah, not mine either. Let's go and check the next door.
Alright. Hold on, maybe listen, see if they heard us.
If they heard us, they'd come running.
Alright.
Okay. You head towards the other door.
10-4.
All right. And you're just opening it up. This one also has the handle like the others. It does not have the smooth door. This one appears to have a handle just like the others.
We open it.
Okay. As you open the door, you see a man who appears to be kneeling on the ground in front of a glowing basin of greenish liquid, which is illuminating the far corner inside this strange triangular room. And as you open the door, he turns around and looks at you. And I will share an image of what he looks like. And he immediately stands to his feet and pulls his weapon in a challenge towards you.
Smacking my sword against my shield, I accept his challenge and move forward.
Roll for initiative. Zen, would you like me to roll for you?
Yeah, I don't have an initiative button.
There we go.
Wrong door!
No, this is the right one.
I'm just going to turn some music on for you. Does that sound good enough for you guys for this fight?
Yeah.
I figured you guys might get a kick out of that.
Oh, yeah.
The Bone Knight's turn. The Bone Knight with his greatsword rushes forth towards you, Brax, and he goes and slashes at you with his greatsword. And he hits you.
Just barely.
And you feel as the blade cuts into your flesh. There's a searing pain as it does so. He then rears back and attempts to slash at you once again. But this time he misses as his blade clangs into the side of the door jamb. And Zen, it is your turn. This individual wearing the strange armor is currently attacking your new companion.
I want to. Can I get a strike in there, or is Vrax blocking the whole?
Vrax is blocking the door. Unfortunately, you can't get in there.
I'm gonna hold my action, ready to attack if he moves or if Vrax moves or whatnot.
Okay.
I can't really do anything right now.
Sure.
So I'm waiting with my short sword out, ready
Okay.
to strike.
Well, in that case, Vrax, it is your turn.
Very well.
The knight stares murder in his eyes at you. That is definitely a hit. As you slash into the Bone Knight, bits of his armor, his bony-like armor, come flying off as you slash into him with your longsword. Your second attack, unfortunately, is a miss, as he managed to sort of step back from your attack. And with your jaws, you lean forth, momentarily distracted from the longsword attack the second attack that did not hit, and you manage to bite him right in his clavicle. And he winces in pain. Zin,
Now we'll fall back.
Will fall back, okay. He will take an opportunity attack against you.
He'll need it.
Which he connects and slashes you. Then you watch as Vrax blood explodes from his shoulder as Vrax attempts to step away from this strange bony warrior. And Zin, it is your turn.
Is there a way now I can get in and strike him?
Yeah, Zen stepped back 5 feet, and he's left an opening for you.
Okay.
You can can step in the place where Vrax was and go to town.
Yes, I will do that. I can't really target him.
I'll target for you.
Okay. Yep. Target him for me, please.
There you go.
Move him into place.
Well, I'll step you right up. There you go.
21.
And for some reason, it even though you're targeting him, it still didn't hit, or it still didn't. But that was a hit. So you can. What I would do is I would drag the attack onto his token on the map.
Okay.
There we go. So as you step forth and very quickly find a chink in this bone armor as you stab the Bone Knight in his side, and he rears back. Ugh! And he says something to you in some strange language you don't understand. So like, that's that. And I believe you have another attack, Zen.
Yes, I do. We'll swing at it again.
That unfortunately is a miss. He recovers quickly from your attack and watches as you're attempting to hit in almost the same place. He shifts his body to the side as your short swords come forward, and it looks like he's getting ready to rear his longsword back and attempt to attack you.
I'm gonna move back right here.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
All right. At the top of the round, it is your turn again, Zen.
Oh.
Yeah, he looks like he's getting ready to charge out of this room towards the two of you. Vrax, you're now hearing... You were hearing muttering before, and so were you, Zen, from behind you. From behind those two metal double doors. Now the sound has stopped. And you can hear another sound now. It sounds like a low rumbling noise. Similar to the sound that you heard when that strange vehicle flew up over the top of the flying fortress towards the apex of the fortress. But no more voices murmuring from within.
I'm gonna hold my action as the Bone Knight steps forward. I'm gonna make 2 attacks.
Okay. And the Bone Knight, he is going to cast. He looks towards you, Zen, and he casts Crown of Madness on you. Make a wisdom save. He gestures with his shield hand towards you. Yeah. You are charmed, my friend. There is... Vrax,
is it charm? I have advantage on charm.
Okay, then make another save. We'll see if this actually does anything to you. I'll take it off if you pass. You do
11.
not pass.
Ah, it's worth a try.
So Vrax, you are actually witnessing now what you experienced when you fought the Deathlock. A metal crown made of iron suddenly appears, coalesces on top of your newfound companion Zen's head, and he just sort of looks out of it for a moment. So, if you were holding your actions in, correct?
Yes.
I will say that for now, the Helldox is gone.
Okay.
That was the Bone Knight's turn, and he now steps forward towards the two of you. And Vrax, it is your turn.
I will be activating my rage.
Okay, let me put your rage on there for you. Rage. There you go, sir.
Very well, and I will be using my reckless attack feature, so the Bone Knight gets advantage on me next time he attacks.
Gotcha. That is most definitely a hit. As you slash into the Bone Knight, the Bone Knight fails his concentration check, and Zen, you suddenly blink your eyes, and the crown shatters and falls off of around your shoulders and hair, and out of your hair onto the ground around you. And for a moment, you felt like your vision was far away, like you were looking through your eyes down a dark, long tunnel. And now you can see the Bone Knight once again in front of you. Unfortunately, you lost your held action. Vrax, I believe you still have an attack. That is also a hit. The Bone Knight now desperately attempting to fend off of your attacks with his sword. And he keeps missing as you are wailing on him, hacking into his armor, and bits of bone are flying off in places. And once again, your massive jaws open up and bite him on his face and manage to pull half of the bone section of his helmet off, exposing this filthy, emaciated face beneath. And he looks at his one eye that is exposed, is milky white with no pupil. It stares at you with malice, its teeth, sharp, broken teeth grimacing.
And I have my turn.
The Bone Knight now, with his greatsword, attempts first to slash at you, Vrax. And he misses. He then turns his attention from you towards Zen. And Zen, you watch as this enormous greatsword just sort of whoosh slashes down and clanks into the ground. You just manage to step back and split your legs a little bit farther apart as the blade impacts the ground. and this loud clanging noise. And Zen, it is your turn.
I'm going to step up right here, back where the old arrow was,
Okay.
and hit him from the side.
Alrighty. That is definitely a hit. You find a soft spot between the armor, once again, jamming it up and stabbing it into his corpse. And you hear him screech out a death rattle as he falls, slumps to the ground, sliding off of your short sword. Very dead.
Grabbing him, I push him back into the room in which he came out of,
Okay.
and we shut the door behind us.
And as you do, begin to grab the body Vrax, you hear the sound of clapping coming from behind you. And as you look to turn towards the sound, the double doors are wide open, and you can see now within this massive chamber, you can see individuals standing at attention towards the two of you and are clapping, giving you a standing ovation.
Seeing this, I freeze. I'm completely awestruck. But remember my time as arena champion, I take the bone knight and swiftly plant him headfirst into the ground, and then
Okay.
walk.
As you head towards the chamber now, you can see there are individuals seated in chairs. There are individuals that are standing, robed, and looking at you and also looking at Zen. And you also see a warrior who is seated on some sort of that contraption that you saw flying towards the top of this chamber, or the top of this place. And there's this warbling, rumbling noise, as if some sort of contraption. This contraption is from what you can tell, appears to be idling. And as you head towards the chamber, you can see now one of the individuals, which was seated to your left in the middle between two other individuals who are cloaked, now stands up and he gestures towards you, and he said, and you can see now this individual has the features of a tiger man. And as he stands up, you can see that he has a sword which radiates flames similar to your sword. And he gestures with his hands, but his hands appear to be backwards. And he's wearing this armor that's ornamental in nature, and you can just see flames that are coming off of the creases and cracks within his armor, and his eyes are burning like coals. And he turns to you and he says, "Welcome, stranger. That was quite amusing. What brings you to my flying fortress? What brings you before the Shadow Sword?" And I will show you a picture of what this individual looks like.
Recognizing a fellow warrior, I give him a nod of approval, and I tell him, it's pure chance that I landed here. I was deep underneath the ocean, searching for a way to fight some sort of older monster that has sunk an entire city. And in a fight with my friends against some cultists, I somehow got sucked away and ended up here.
Well, it seems that you've found your way to a very precarious position. I don't
Indeed.
normally...
Where am I?
You, my friend, you are on the Shadow Sword. We are heading to Shavarath. But
What do you do?
do I do. Call me an interplanar entrepreneur. I do whatever my patron asks of me. And he now gestures towards the symbols on the ground, and he says, and as he does, you look around in this chamber, and looking above, there is no ceiling. It is all made out of this crimson-hued glass. And you can see that there is an opening in a place that you would assume would be where that vehicle flew through when it arrived in this chamber. And you can see now that this warrior that is sort of straddling this machine, and he's wearing full blackened plate armor, and he has a cloaked hood, which is covering his face, covering his head. It's a very deep hood. And he's now sort of staring, and you can see beneath the hood in the darkness, you can see burning eyes that seem to flicker from red to green and back to red and then green again. The eyes crackling with energy. And this individual now says, or the tiger person who's speaking to you now says, "You faced one of Karnathi's chosen sons and defeated him with assistance from your friend. Tell me, would you be willing to participate in another martial contest? We have just been having a lovely conversation with the Prophet here, and he is, of course, quite the aficionado of martial combat himself. I'm sure he'd be more than welcome to display his own martial prowess with you." And as he says that, the dark warrior wearing the blackened plate armor rises from the idling infernal engine and throws off the cloak, revealing a ram's skull helmet with a crown made of purplish blue-black crystal that floats above his head a few inches. And as he strides forth towards almost the center of the sigil lane floor, he gestures with his open hand, hefting up a shield with a strange ornate symbol that seems to resemble the ram-like helmet that he's wearing on his head, and it's emblazoned on his shield. And he gestures with his hand out now, and a blade manifests itself in his hand and coalesces and terminates at the end of two long amethyst purple crystal blades curved out, two of them side by side, same color as the crown on his head. And he gestures wordlessly towards you, Vrax.
I would be glad to fight him, anytime, any place. But I am a little bit worse for wear now, and I'm afraid I do not have all my equipment I had earlier. I'm not at 100% by any means. But I will fight him. I have no problem with this. After I'm done, tell me, friend, are you looking for work? It's going to be a long time before I can get back to my friends, especially since I seem to be somewhere else entirely, and would appreciate the something to do until I can get back to my friends.
Who are you addressing?
The flaming where?
Oh, the where?
Whatever he is.
The Tiger Man.
Yeah.
He just sort of chuckles. My friend. Looking for work. Very, very humorous. Very, very amusing. I can use someone like you in our ranks for sure. Your friend, though, he cannot come. And he gestures towards Zen behind you.
That's fine. I don't really know him.
And he now says, if you'll indulge me. And he now gestures, he sits back down into the chair and gestures towards the center of the arena.
Is there anything we could do about my wounds before we begin?
And Morkesh now tosses a vial at you with a pink substance that's glowing. And he just threw you a superior healing potion.
What do I need to roll for that?
I will tell you. Let's see. A superior healing potion is 8d4 plus 8. So roll 8d4 and add plus 8 to it.
$17 plus 8.
Okay.
So 25 healing.
25 healing. Excellent. You can go ahead and adjust your health there. The potion has that you can feel your wounds knitting together. Zen, now looking around the room, looking to your left and to your right, you see several alabaster skinned individuals chained to these stone racks. And they appear to be several of your royal guardsmen.
What are you doing to these people?
Wouldn't call them people. Father, they've amused me, but their usefulness is gone. And he snaps his fingers, and as he does, you hear a few of them screaming in agony as their bodies burst into flame and become charred corpses on these racks. Perhaps your friend here can amuse me and keep me from decapitating you where you stand. And there is a loud clicking noise from behind you, Zen, as it appears a locking mechanism has sealed the double doors. And all there you can hear within the chamber is the sound of the idling infernal engine.
Don't worry, Zen. I will be using.
If you would be so kind as to roll initiative, Rax.
Very well. As I do so, I would like to salute my opponent and ask him his name.
And in a very deep, rumbling sound, look at that. You rolled a natural 20 on your initiative, sir.
Yes, I'm Vax Krokna. I'm a barbarian. I've come to face you in single combat. Tell me, what is your name?
The armored warrior wearing the blackened armor and this ram skull-like helmet. You hear this echoey, breathy, deep rumbling voice that says, I am Samael, prophet of the Keeper. And he rushes towards you with his falchion drawn. And it is your turn. There's what seems like a passage of time that seems to go on forever. And then one by one, you all begin to open your eyes. And looking around, you find yourself in what appears to be a quite alien landscape. All around you see trees that reach towards the sky and seem to curve like a curlicue. And you can see flora of vibrant colors all around you. as you begin to sit up and look around, you just see this endless forest off in the distance. And above you, you can see this azure sky, wispy white clouds drifting above, and strange patterns.
I immediately find the Lorak and I challenge him to a duel.
Do we find that lobster creature that just dragged Vrax into this portal?
You do not. Looking around you, just with your passive perception, you do not see Vrax or it's his assailant anywhere. You also do not see Adelum anywhere.
But Twinkle and Alistair are here, correct?
Yes, Twinkle has crashed the source sled into a tree and is currently trying to pull it out of the tree. It's kind of lodged into the tree, into the trunk of the tree. And you just see her tugging with all her might, and she just can't get it out of the tree. It's like wedged in there like an axe blade.
Alistair is going to use Healing Word on...
She could easily get it out if the command word was only 2 syllables, but unfortunately, it's 3.
Scorch will walk over to the source sled and he'll help her pull it out.
Okay. I'll tell you what. You can give her advantage on her strength check to attempt to do that. All right. Takes you a while, but you're able to pull this thing out. It nearly falls onto Twinkle as you both grab a hold of it and yank it out of the tree. And the moment that you pull it back, the tree starts to list one way towards this big divot that was created in the side of it. And you just hear it. And it creates a loud crashing noise as the trunk impacts the ground, hitting a couple of the nearby trees nearby. And you just hear this sudden like cacophony of sounds of strange fauna all around you in the distance, off in the distance.
Alistair glares at them. Could you try not to break the trees, you two?
And Twinkle is now just sort of hopelessly looking around. Where's Vrax?
More like, where are we? If we don't even know where we are, how can we even start to find Vrax? Alright.
Well, we know that they came through this portal, so they must be around here somewhere.
Yeah, but we don't even know what kind of portal we went through. Is it a time portal, regular portal, random portal? So no, they don't have to be around here. Or they could have been, or they could not have been. We have...
Well, 3 of us are here, so I'm assuming that those 3 are here as well. I'll check the ground and see if I can find any footprints.
Okay.
Alistair will
that would be
fly
a
above and
perception
see if
check.
he sees it.
Alistair, you're going to fly up?
Yeah, see if I can get a lay of just like the area in general.
Sure. As you begin to fly up towards the canopy, make a perception check.
I think I'll go with my passive on this one.
Okay. Your passive of 17. You can see that as you fly up, that you and your friends appear to be in a copse of trees on the edge of what appears to be some sort of strange floating peninsula. And off in the distance, you can just see an endless forest that stretches off in all directions below, far, far below this floating peninsula. And you can see other peninsulas and islands in the distance, stretching out as far as the eye can see into the misty, the wispy clouds. And you're not entirely sure of the direction, but looking off, you can see where the copse of trees seems to abruptly come to an end, and you can see what appears to be a clearing, and you assume to be buildings. But that's not the most striking feature that you observe. Off in the distance, beyond this peninsula, you see an angry tear in the azure sky, revealing what appears to be a blasted and barren landscape. Clouds, dark gray and black, choking the sky beyond this tear in reality, and you see fireballs raining down and constantly. But again, that is not the most striking thing that you see. You see an enormous flying machine, tapered, stretching up like the blade of a sword missing its hilt. Angry, dark, rusted iron metal, and it seems to be floating away from this peninsula through that tear. It seemed to have, its direction seemed to have been coming from that clearing, that place with all the buildings.
I fly down and I recap it to my team, ending with, I think we should go to that clearing. Hashtag famous last.
All right. So as you are flying down towards your friends, you hear a strange noise. Sort of like a fluttering noise. And a strange droning. And out of nowhere, an enormous flying insect creature comes rushing towards you with some sort of individual wearing armor with bones on it, drawing a weapon out, attempting to slash at you. I need everyone to roll for initiative. I will roll for Twinkle.
How many people thought he was introducing my new character just then?
Can you imagine you just fly in on a wasp?
I could see me doing that.
And I will share the image of what you see. You see this flying straight towards you, Alistair.
Ooh, pretty.
And then,
Pretty fly for a die thing.
And seated on its back, wearing armor, you see this.
I recognize
Wow, he
him.
looks boned. You know, here's the thing about people riding. They usually can't fly themselves.
All right. Let's see, who goes first? That would be Alistair.
Hey!
And I will share a map. Alistair, what would you like to do, sir?
Well, let's see. Given his distance, I am going to move up within range and start beating the hell walk.
Okay.
I will use my first bonus action to cast Chalet on my quarterstaff, and then attack with my regular.
Okay. Unfortunately, that is a miss. As you bring your Chalet-empowered quarterstaff forth, the creature just sort of bobs and moves slightly away as your weapon comes down.
Well, boys, we're in for ads. In my turn.
Okay. Twinkle, who was kneeling on the ground looking at the crystal sword sled, she turns around and looks up, watching Alistair facing this giant insect, and she goes, "Ah! I told you we were gonna die!" And what will Twinkle do?
You already know. Hide.
She's gonna hide. Okay, I will roll her stealth check. That's not bad. 24.
She's not very brave.
It's true. Scorch, what would you like to do on your turn?
How far is this bone knight in front of me?
Well, you've got the map in front of you. You can see it.
I assume
Well,
he's in the air, though.
Yeah, he is up in the air, so he's currently about 25 feet up in the air. He was arcing down from the canopy into this little bit of a clearing that you guys are in.
Alright, so I'm gonna go up underneath that wasp, and I'm going to cast Gust on him.
Okay. That was a success as you cast your Gust ability towards the knight.
I don't know why I rolled it 3 times.
Oh, well, okay. I'll take the first one. Then he fails. So what happens to him?
He gets pushed 5 feet away from me. So hopefully I'll push him off of his mount.
Well, let's see. Let's see if he can hold on to his mount. Nope, he lets go and he falls 25 feet to the ground.
Well, if you got pushed 5 feet away, wouldn't it technically be 30?
Semantics. I'll throw another one on there. Let's see. We'll say he took 27 bludgeoning damage when he hit the ground.
And he's only wounded.
Great minds think alike down there, Scorch.
On the Hellwasp's turn, you just hear this angry buzzing sound as it attempts to slash you with its talons, Alistair. And it hits you.
I feel like this should be my brother in arms.
And you take 11 piercing damage from this creature as it rakes across your body. And you just feel, you're like, ugh! And you have a moment to feel the pain, and then you see this enormous stinger coming straight at your neck. And you just have a moment, your eyes go wide for a moment as you just drop down just a little bit as this long stinger dripping with venom almost pierces your neck and passes over you. Feel the whoosh of its attack. On the Bone Knight's turn, he is going to use half of his movement to stand up. Are there any lingering effects from the gust or no?
No, it just gets pushed 5 feet and that's it.
Okay. Then he will use the rest of his movement to rush towards you. Scorched, you see this armored knight carrying a greatsword. And as he comes forth towards you, just sort of nonchalantly pulls the greatsword out with one arm. Arm dangling downward, blade pointed towards the ground for a moment, and then he brings it up and slashes into you, attempting to cut you with his greatsword. And he whiff as the greatsword slashes across in an X pattern. He once again attempts to slash you, and whiff the greatsword in quick succession twice. You feel the air from this attack as he second attack impacting the soil, and he pulls his weapon back as if to attack you again. And let's see. Shock, would you like to roll initiative for me? As well as Fathom, would you like to roll initiative for me?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Shock, I will edit your initiative because it's much better than what it was. You all hear a sound coming from the edge of the ridge now. Coming through the trees, you see two individuals, dark shapes, rushing through the underbrush. You're not sure what direction. To you, it could be the east. The Hellwasp now attempts once again to slash you with its sword-like talons, Alistair. It just manages to miss you with its talons, and you watch as the angrily buzzing sound of it as it attempts to stab you in your solar plexus with its enormous stinger. This time it impacts you. You feel the sting of its stinger piercing your body and passing out through the back of your torso. This enormous stinger. And you take 17 damage, a mixture of fire and piercing, and you just feel your insides are burning now. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. You, my friend, are poisoned for 1 minute, and you are paralyzed. You feel yourself paralyzed as you drop to the ground. And you take 11 bludgeoning damage as you impact the ground and you go unconscious. I just realized that I've had myself muted this whole time. That's terrible.
Wondering.
That's embarrassing. Okay, so what was the last thing that everybody heard me say?
I haven't heard anything since the start of the second round.
Okay, so on the start of the second round, so you heard me roll initiative, right? Shock?
I heard myself being stabbed through by a stinger.
Yes, Shock, you did.
Okay. Well, essentially, Alistair was felled by the creature, being paralyzed by the venom, and then dropping out of the sky, impacting the ground. And then another one of these hellwasps came flying out of the canopy as two strangers come rushing out of the underbrush. And Shock, it is your turn. You may not be able to move yourself, so if you tell me what you'd like to do, and I will move your character if you need to. For some reason, Fantasy Grounds doesn't let you manipulate NPCs on the map. I'm not sure why. Even if you've had the sheet shared. Let me try something else. There we go. See if you can move it now.
I do not think she is there.
Is she not here?
Trying to find myself on this map.
You're all the way over to the left. So
There I am.
Twinkle's in the middle. You're over to the left.
Doesn't seem like I can.
Hey, you can move.
Oh, okay.
So right now you don't see Twinkle. All you see is these wasp creatures which are attacking these individuals. You see a burnished gold covered warforged and some sort of strange birdman who fell out of the sky and impacted the ground and seems unconscious. And you see these bone knights riding these wasps who are attempting to attack them.
I tried coming over to this tree over here.
Which tree? Oh, that tree.
That one.
Okay.
And I myself am gonna hide.
Alright. Well, it takes an action to hide. And it... So, do you want to step back 5 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and make the stealth check. And I can share that sheet again if you need me to.
Is this my stealth? Like a Dellum stealth? Oh, okay, hold on.
Sorry, I didn't realize that I'd closed it. I apologize. Because whenever I close the NPC page, even if I share it with you, it closes for you too. Okay, good to know. Is that all you wish to do in your turn?
Yeah, for now that's it. I'm gonna observe this round, see if I gather any new information.
Sure thing. On the Howl Wasp turn, it begins. Let's see if it noticed you. I believe it was being guided, so it may not have noticed you. Nope, it didn't see you at all. The Howl Wasp now guides his Bone Knight down towards Scorched, and Scorched, you just feel the wind as its wings are beating, and the creature attempts to slash out at you with its sword-like talons, but it misses you. It then attempts to pierce the side of your arm with its stinger, this enormous stinger, and that also misses you. Apparently these things are not very good in a fight, but they're good at being a mount.
I don't know. It got 25 on me. That's shit that would have hit.
Yeah, that's true. The Bone Knight will use his held action to slash out at you, Scorched. And would you like to raise your shield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's this brilliant flash of light as the greatsword impacts, whoosh, doing no damage to you. And Alistair, I need you to make a death save, sir. And that is one success. You hear the sounds of your family members calling to you from beyond the veil. the Bone Knight 2 now. Seeing his mount has flown down to him, he is going to step up and attempt to mount onto his Hell Wasp. Would you like to make an opportunity attack as he steps away from you, Scorch?
I can't already use my reaction to cast shield.
Alright. Well, in that case, the Bone Knight is going to leap onto the back of Hell Wasp. And he and the Hell Wasp will hover over your friend Alistair and attempt to pick him up. You just watch as the Hell Wasp begins flying towards with these long taloned fingers outstretching, getting ready to pick up the prone form, the unconscious form of Alistair. And Fathom, it is your turn.
Very well. I will move
You will move.
to there.
Alright.
My bonus action, I will cast Hex on Bone Knight 1.
Okay.
How do I put that on him directly instead of myself?
You drop it onto him. Just make sure you drop
Thank
it
you.
onto him and not onto the Hell Wasp since they're so close together. Here, I'll move him up a little bit. Make it
Got
easier
it.
to get him. There you go.
Could you remove that effect from me?
Sure thing.
As part of my Hex, I pick one ability score that he takes disadvantage with, and that will be Wisdom.
Okay.
And for my turn, I will cast Crown of Madness.
Alright. Go ahead and cast Crown of Madness on him. We'll see what happens. And unfortunately, he succeeds.
Did he take that with disadvantage?
Oh, I guess I should roll that again, huh? It didn't roll it. I'll roll it again since it didn't roll.
Yeah, it doesn't
with
have a way to pick
disadvantage.
the ability.
No worries. Let's see. Roll another save. Wisdom save. That's a natural 20. So yeah, he succeeds.
Very well. I will end my turn.
Okay.
But the Hex will stay.
All right. What will Twinkle do on her turn? She's currently hiding under a bush. A bright, brilliant purple bush.
Twinkle will continue to hide and probably try to find her longbow.
Find her longbow?
Yeah, she'll find her longbow and get it ready. Or she has one, or short bow, or whatever she has. Ranged. But she's mostly going to hide.
She does have a short bow.
Yeah, but she's still going to stay hidden.
Okay.
There's too many bad guys and not enough good guys.
Sure thing. Alright, she'll hold her action with her once she finds her short bow. And Scorched, it is your turn.
Alright, we have access to our third level spells, correct?
You don't have access to anything yet. You have not taken the necessary short rest to prepare any spells.
I forgot you had to make us do a short rest. Okay, that changes things. I am going to cast Witch Bolt at second level. And I'm going to use my sorcery point to make a twin spell.
Okay. Oh my, that's a natural 20. So your Witch Bolt critically hits the creature and it is racked with pain. And it sort of bobs in the air. You were attacking the one that's up in the air, correct? The one that was trying to pick up Alistair?
Yes, I was targeting both of those creatures.
Oh, both of them, okay.
Yeah, that's what a twin spell does. It gives me 2 targets instead of 1.
Sure. I was going to say, you only rolled damage for the Hell Wasp too. You didn't damage the other one.
I don't know why I untargeted the Bone Warrior, but I'll roll damage.
Okay. Yeah, you're still putting the damage on the Hell Wasp.
I think it's targeting the Hell Wasp instead of whenever I click on the Bone
Yeah,
Knight.
yeah, it's gonna do that because he's so close. I apologize. Let me move him a little bit, and I will manually put that damage on him and take it off of the Hell Wasp for you.
You want me to reroll the damage?
No, it's okay. It's like 15 damage, I believe, right?
Yeah, that was 15 damage.
Okay.
And the damage to the Hell Wash would be a critical damage. That would be 3 more dice.
It rolled it at the first attack. You only get the critical on the first hit.
Yeah, but it's 3d12. I'm sorry,
That's-
2d12.
It's 2d12. It rolled it. If you look in the meter, it shows it rolled 2.
Yeah, I did at second level though.
Oh, yeah. I'm confused because I see 4 d12 damage on the Hell Wasp. The first 2 were the critical damage, and the other 2 were regular damage.
Alright, we'll just continue on. We'll figure out what's
Okay.
going on later.
Sure. Is that the end of your turn? Would you like to do anything else?
Yes. No, that's my.
That's the end of your turn? All
Yes.
right. What would Tinkle do? She lost her held action. She's currently got her short bow out. Unless you'd like
Can
to
she
take
sneak
that
attack
held...
with that bow?
Sure she can.
And she'll probably attack Bone Knight 1 then.
Okay, that is definitely a hit. And let's see, 3d6. I don't think that went up yet, does it? Does her d6 sneak attack go up at level 6?
I do not know. I've actually never looked at her character sheet, so I really don't know what it does.
Okay. For now, we'll say that she did 3d6 sneak attack damage on that and revealed herself. And will she do anything else on her turn? Or does she have another attack?
No, and she's probably hoping like hell he doesn't see her.
Well, she does have her bonus action she can hide.
That's probably what she would do.
Okay.
You have to remember, her first response is hide every time.
Well, she rolled higher than she did last time, so she ducks under the bush. Just pops up, and then goes back into the purple bush.
Yeah, she's like an ankle biter with a steel trap jaw.
Alistair, make another death save, sir. Okay, that is a natural 20. Alistair, you wake up with... You're no longer unconscious. You wake up with 1 hit point. Your eyes, you blink your eyes, the sound of your family members fading in your ears. And you see a hovering nightmare of an insect creature which is reaching out with its sword-like talons towards you. And just for ha-has, I'm going to say you're no longer paralyzed and poisoned.
Thank you. Well, seeing as Chalet is in concentration and it only ends after the time elapses, or I cast it again, that's still going. I'm going to use my bonus action to cover myself in spores and enter my symbiotic entity.
Okay.
I feel like you made all those words up.
I actually did not. And I am going to basically chirp/growl at the wasp because healing will do nothing for me right now, because even if I did decide to heal, it does more damage than I could heal, and I'm going to whack it with all of my hatred.
Well, right now you are on the ground.
I thought you said it was coming towards me to pick me.
It's hovering over you, but you're still prone. Would you like to use half your movement to stand up?
Yeah, I'll stand up.
Okay.
Wait, guys. Alistair wants to make some mud pies on the ground. Yeah. Right, so it is in range, though, right? If I stand.
Sure. It was getting ready to pick you up.
I'm sorry. I didn't call for an Uber. Never mind, guys. Take me away. It's cool. I wanted to go with you guys. Let's go.
The Bone Knight one now slips out of the mount, the saddle on his mount, and with his greatsword drawn, attempts to slash into Scorch. But it's just a brilliant arcane flash of light as it glances off of your arcane shield. The Hellwasp now attempts to slash at you with its talons. And then attempts to stab you with its stinger. And there's just this brilliant flash of light as first the Bone Knight attacks glance off of your energy shield, and now the talons and stinger just creating brilliant flashes of light like sparklers off of your form. And Fathom, it is your turn.
I will cast Toll of the Dead.
Okay. That is most definitely a failure.
Okay. Now, before I roll this damage, I just wanted to let you know, I'm not sure if we did that hex right. We're going to find out right now. We did not. So I got to take that off of him and put it back on myself.
Okay. I can tell you that the sound of the cacophonous gonging of this bell rings out in the forest. He shakes his head, seeming to partially resist whatever that was.
I've got to roll damage one more time at my level.
Go for it.
And I put the hex on me, so it should apply the damage now.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Yeah. There it goes.
Okay.
Okay, and I will end my turn.
All right, Shock. You watch this little goblin pop out of the bush that you're in, fire an arrow, and then slide back into it.
All right. I gather pretty much enough information, and I'm aware that this goblin is now near me.
Okay.
I'm gonna move forward. Can I reach this wasp? Wasp number 1?
What were you trying to reach it with? Running towards it or with an attack?
Yeah. Running towards it with an attack.
What kind of attack?
Sword.
A sword? Short sword?
Yeah. Short sword.
Okay. You unfortunately will not be able to attack it, but you can get to it with your movement and your action.
Alright, then I'm just gonna move forward instead.
You also
and do a spell.
Okay. You also have your Ray of Sickness that you can use once per day.
And poison spray, which I'm gonna do that.
Or poison spray, correct.
How close can I get?
To do poison spray?
Yeah.
Poison spray is a range of 10 feet. So you will just get to him if you move forward 30 feet.
I'm doing that.
So this furry, leather-armored wearing bipedal person goes rushing forth towards the giant insect-like creature and arcing a hand out. This spray, voluminous spray of this greenish black chemical substance coalesces and scatters over the body of the insect. And I believe if you double click the save, it'll see if this creature takes any damage. Nope, that's not how that works.
Yeah, this page is a little different from like the normal page, so I'm trying to figure it out.
No worries. You said you wanted to do poison spray?
Yes.
Alright, I'll roll the save. It fails. And you want me to roll the damage too?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Alright. You do 5 damage as the poison sizzles on its carapace. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, where do I see the reactions for this character?
It's on the sheet, that NPC sheet.
Okay, yeah, got him. Good.
Okay. And... Alright, Hellwasp 2 reaches down and picks up Alistair. Alistair, would you like to attempt to get away from it?
Yes.
Make a dexterity saving throw. Or tell you what, make an acrobatics check. To attempt... Well, no, it wouldn't be an acrobatics. It would be a dexterity saving throw to attempt to get out of the way of its talons as it reaches for you.
Keeping the big numbers on what matters.
So you just managed to duck out of the way as the Hellwasp attempts to grasp you with its talons.
No, get away.
The Bone Knight will direct the creature to fly up. It looks like it's getting ready to dive bomb on you. And Scorched, it is your turn.
I'm gonna use my action to keep the damage going on those two.
Okay, go for it. Alright. There is a brilliant splat, and an orange goo just splats on the forest floor and all over you, Alistair. And the Bone Knight falls to the ground, taking 5 bludgeoning damage.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to use my sorcery points to regain a spell slot.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, it is.
Alrighty. Alistair, it is your turn again, my friend. You just got coated in orange goo as this creature's body just sort of explodes.
Shoopadoop. I'm going to move over this way, and then I'm going to...
Alistair limps away from the ruined form of this giant insect. And as you do, you see a strange individual now standing with arms up, tracing sigils in the air. Not towards you, though, but in the direction that you came from.
At the moment, Alistair does not care, and he shall use healing words on himself.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of this.
Alright, on Twinkle's turn, will she attempt to attack once again with her bow?
Most likely.
Fair enough. Unfortunately, that is a miss. Will she go back into hiding?
Yeah.
Okay. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The arrow bounces off of the knight's head, and he begins to turn and crane his neck back towards the direction of the attack. And you just see Twinkle just goes meep and rushes underneath the purple bush yet again and rolls a 19 on her stealth. And
Yeah, she's good at that.
Shock, it's your turn. What would you like to do? Hello, Shock. Are you there?
Yes. At this point, I'm close enough. I think I'm just going to do sword.
Okay. If you step forward, shuffle step, you'll be able to reach the creature. And I believe you have 2 attacks.
Yeah, 2 sword attack.
Okay. That is most definitely a hit as you rush forth, piercing the creature in its carapace. It just sort of, as the orange goo now coats your sword as you pull it back once again to attack the creature.
That's damage, and then...
And you didn't target it. But
damn.
you didn't. That's okay. You still, believe you still hit it. Let's see. Nope, you missed. So I'm going to take that damage off.
Okay.
That's weird. No, he should have... There we go. 13 on him. There we go. Because your first attack did hit him. Yeah, I don't think you targeted him the first time with your damage. It didn't go on him. But that's okay. I adjust it for you. Would you like to do anything else?
I think that's all I can do. I can't throw something at Alistair.
No, it would take your action.
Yeah, then I'm good.
Okay. It's the Bone Knight's turn. He picks himself up off of the ground. His armor is just a mess. Bones have broken and fallen off in places. And he just starts stalking towards Alistair as Alistair is running away. And he comes up behind you, Alistair, and with a mighty slash. Am I moving the right one? No, this is the wrong guy. I'm so sorry. Let me put him back. Haha.
No, that's Bone Knight too.
Mighty slash your ass back there, boy.
That is the right one.
Retcon.
That was the right one.
No, it was wrong. I was moving the wrong one. Yeah, I was moving the wrong one. Oh, it was the right one. What the heck am I thinking?
Yeah.
Well, never mind. Yeah, he rushes
Move
forth.
your bony ass back here, boy.
He rushes forth and slashes down. Actually, no.
He starts making out with me.
No.
He plucks your feathers.
Make a wisdom.
Bone me, bone daddy.
Make a wisdom save, Alistair.
I'm pretty wise for bird brains.
Yeah, it's not bad. You felt this strange feeling in your head, like this creature's gravelly voice, and it just says, "Come with me," and gestures towards you. It's not attacking you. It's gesturing towards you. But whatever it is, the scraping at the back of your mind doesn't seem to be affecting you. And Fathom, it is your turn.
Very well.
That is two,
And I'm done.
That is 2 missed Eldritch Blasts. This arcane energy arcs out, exploding into the tree cover behind the Bone Knight.
Huh. Your Eldritch Blast missed, but your Toll of the Dead hit.
He had disadvantage on wisdom saves on the other one, but not this.
All right. The Hell Wasp that you attacked, Shaq, turns around with its talons and attempts to slash you with them. And not sure why it has disadvantage. Oh, it's because it had the poison effect accidentally dropped on it. Okay. But it hits you anyway. And you just feel these talons just dig into your body. Gout of blood splashing. And you have a moment to react as suddenly the stinger comes rushing straight towards you. But that's a natural 1. And the stinger impacts into the dust and dirt between your legs as you... There's sort of a half split to move out of the way from its stinger. On the Bone Knight's turn, he is going to once again attempt to slash at Scorched with his greatsword. Just sort of... Ugh! And he misses both times. Terribly so. And he is now pulling his arm back, and you can see his eyes are starting to glow. Like whatever he's going to do next looks like it's going to hurt. And it's your turn, Scorched.
Scorch is going to keep his action going and dealing damage to Bone Knight number 2.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
That'll be your turn. Alright. On Hellwasp 1's turn, it's going to continue to slash out with its sword-like talons. And once again, rolls a natural 1. I don't know what's going on with this Hellwasp, but it just is not doing well tonight. And then it attempts to stab at Shock with its stinger. And Shock, you watch as its stinger, impossibly long, arcs out and pierces your thigh. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ow.
On your sheet, there under Con, it should be a save.
I think she's saying ow.
Oh, I thought you said how. I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, you, my friend, are poisoned, and you are paralyzed. Suddenly, every limb, your body goes stiff, and you fall over onto the ground, getting a mouthful of dirt. But your mouth is wide open, and all you can do is just sort of breathe raggedly through your open mouth as this creature is now looming over you. Its sort of crystalline-like wings sort of fluttering, and you hear that constant droning, buzzing noise. Bone Knight number 1 now. Let's see if he can actually hit. Let's see.
I cast shield.
You cast shield? Okay, that misses. Go ahead and drop the effect on yourself. And that's also a miss. There's much brilliant flash as his sword now glowing with green necrotic energy. Just sort of this blast of energy impacts off of your energy shield. And he looks at you and he says, "You're pretty good. Not good enough." And it's your turn, Scorch.
I'm going to keep my action going and keep damaging the Bone Knight number 2.
Okay. The Witch Bolt arcs across, blasting into the knight, and you just watch as his back of his armor just explodes in a shower of sparks. and he pitches forth quite dead on the ground. Alistair, it is your turn. You had a moment to turn around and react as the knight who is gesturing towards you with his weapon down suddenly pitches forth and into the dirt, dead.
Ah, sweet. Alistair's gonna move over here and, yeah. And he's gonna try to help out.
Okay.
Alistair is going to start trying to whack this guy.
That unfortunately is a miss.
I'm gonna use a bonus action to punch this guy.
That, however, is a hit. And you deal 6 damage to the knight, scratching into his armor. You just hear him go, "Oh!" And he begins to turn towards you, his great sword held aloft.
And to use my reaction, just to be a petty bird person, I'm going to use Halo's.
Okay.
Hey, and I end my turn.
Okay, Shock, on your turn,
Yeah.
you are paralyzed.
Can I still cast?
Unfortunately, no. You can, however, make a saving throw to get out of this. Make a con save. That is a natural 20. You are no longer paralyzed. You are still prone on the ground, but you're no longer paralyzed. Or poisoned.
Fine, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. Half movement, stand up.
Alright. Whatever this was, you shake your head a few times and shake this off.
I'm going to... Yeah, sword attack again. Yeah, sword attack.
Okay. Unfortunately, you didn't target him, but you also missed with your first attack.
Did I target him that time?
No, for some reason it's saying that you have not targeted him. That's weird.
Maybe I can't target him?
Let's try something else. There we go. Well, you missed both times. Go ahead and try attacking. Try to target him and attack again and see what happens. I might have fixed it. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's still, for some reason. Tell you what, I'll manually target him. There we go. Try again. Of course it would be a critical hit. You just critically hit Fathom for some reason.
Okay.
Not sure why. That's weird. Okay. It's the end of your turn. Would you like to move? Do anything else?
Can I... If I move backwards, would that... Does he still have an attack that he can...
Oh, yes. He hasn't used a reaction. He can totally attack you.
Can I then move... Just...
I'm going to shimmy up that way?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's it.
Okay. And in that case, Twinkle's turn. Twinkle, I assume, would love to keep shooting her bow.
Yes.
Okay. That unfortunately is a miss. Her arrow bounces off its bony armor. And she once again, rolling a natural 20 this time, ducks under the purple bush. And Fathom, it is your turn.
Very well. I cast Dissonant Whispers. I need him to make a secondary roll for that because he rolls at disadvantage.
Sure thing, I can do that. Say wisdom save, you said?
Yes.
Alright. He rolled a 21 on his second roll.
The hell kind of wisdom does he have?
He's got a +5 modifier, my friend.
What the fuck? I need stats like that. Alright, on my turn.
Okay. And Twinkle's turn again. She will once again pop out. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And fire her magical short bow. Unfortunately, she once again misses. Like, pew! Ah, fuck! Pew! Ah, fuck! And goes back under the bush. And Shock, it is your turn.
Oh boy, oh boy. Gonna hit her with another poison spray.
Okay. And that is a miss. Unfortunately.
Cool. Guess that's it. Wait, is a cantrip a bonus action?
Only if it has a casting time of a bonus action. I don't believe a poison spray is a bonus action to cast.
No, it is not. Okay, then that's it. That's all.
Alright. Alistair, it is your turn, my friend. Unless you'd like to move. Shock.
Alrighty, then it is your boy Alistair back at it again, hitting people with... Well, trying to.
Hitting people with sticks. That is a miss.
I'm still gonna try to punch him in the face again.
I figured you would. That is also a miss.
I'm still gonna throw poison in his face. Just fucking devolve into throwing mud.
Okay. So you bashing with your quarterstaff, smacking into the ground or smacking harmlessly off of his armor. He just sort of looks at you. You can see he's getting ready to slash you with his sword.
Bucket sand!
And Fathom, it is your turn.
Very well.
And that is a failure for Dissonant Whispers. And your damage, whatever it may be, the strange cacophonous sound echoes across this copse of trees, and he sort of shakes his head and partially resists whatever it is.
And I'm my turn.
Okay. On the Hellwasp's turn, it is going to once again attempt to stab Shock with its stinger, which it rolls a 2. That's a 9, does not connect. And then you just see this deluge of insect arms, its sword-like arms slash and try to stab at you, but just dig into the dirt a few inches away from your leg. The Bone Knight now turning towards Alistair, turning his attention away from Scorched. He now looks at you, Alistair, and he says, bow. Roll a wisdom save. And that, my friend, is a failure.
May I mind you, my dice was on an 18 and then flipped to a fucking 4.
It happens,
They
my
did
friend.
that.
To the best of us.
No, it just always happens to me.
He casts Crown of Madness on you. And he says to you, go get help. And Scorched, it is your turn.
Scorch is now going to pull out his sword from his arm, and he is going to do a vertical swing down into his Death Knight's shoulder.
Okay. That is a natural 20. I think that's your second critical hit, isn't it?
It is.
Unfortunately, he succeeds on his concentration. Alistair looks like he's getting ready to run off in a direction he's not sure. Twinkle, on her turn, will once again make her attack with advantage with her short bow. And this time, her arrow sinks into the side of the neck of the knight. and he falls dead as the arrow thunks into the side of his head, through his ear, through his helmet. And she'll hide again, just for ha-ha. And Fathom, it's your turn.
I use my bonus action to transfer my hex to the wasp.
Okay. That, unfortunately, is a miss for your first attack and your second attack.
Well, fuck. I have my turn.
The dice have not been kind to you tonight, Fathom.
Everything
Alistair,
tonight is really, really beastly against everything.
right? Alistair, it is your turn.
Well, seeing as I'm not charmed anymore, he's just gonna keep trying to help out. Just kind of really aggravated about how his day.
Well, I don't blame you.
And what's the cure to that? Beating things with sticks. Or trying.
That's most definitely a hit.
And
Did
pissed
you-
off, he's spending a key point to hit it 2 times.
Okay. That's also a hit. All of your attacks hit as you bash into the creature, then reach out, raking across its carapace, tearing off a section of its segmented back.
And also, since I did use the Flurry of Blows with a key point, he can now not take a reaction.
Okay. Does that complete your turn? And Scorched, it's your turn.
Alright, after dealing with that Bone Knight, Scorch is now going to try and cut the abdomen off of this wasp.
Okay. It's just sort of been hovering and getting bashed. That unfortunately, that is a miss with your longsword. And the Hell Wasp, turning its attention away from Shock towards Alistair, attempts to slash at Alistair with its sword talons and hits. And Alistair, once again, you feel this creature slashing into your body, but these segments of your body covered in spores now exploding with the impact. It then attempts to stab at you with its stinger. And rolls a natural 1. It can't catch a break tonight. And it looks like it's getting ready to fly away from you guys. It sort of hovers down and starts to fly straight up. You all get opportunity attacks if you would like.
Yes.
If you have a reaction left, you can take an opportunity attack.
I do
Yeah,
not have a
just
reaction.
attack.
Okay. That's a miss. And that is also a miss. The creature flies straight up into the air, far out of your reach of your melee attacks.
Exactly how far up did it fly?
Your best guess, it's about 60 feet.
Okay.
It's up above the canopy now. Looks like it's getting ready to head off in the distance. It started flying a little haggardly. One of its wings is damaged. And Shock, you still have your action.
Can Twinkle shoot it one last time?
Well, she can't take a reaction with a... she's not in
No.
melee with it.
If I get a turn before it gets another turn, then I can shoot it. I can shoot up to 120 feet.
Is that the end of your turn then, Shock? You're not going to do anything? I will take that as a yes. Moving on. Alistair, it is your turn. You just watch as this insect-like creature flew straight up, and it looks like it's getting ready to fly over the copse of trees out of sight.
I will try to cast Chill Touch on it.
Okay. That unfortunately is a miss.
Fuck me. Okay, that ends.
Alright. Shock, it is your turn. Are you still not sure what you want to do?
Yeah, I don't got anything. If it's out of 60 feet, I don't have anything that can.
Well, you do, but it's a one-hit wonder. Unless you're planning on saving it.
Yeah, I'll use it. What is it?
It's
Trying
on
to
your...
look at what you're seeing.
It's under
Is it
your...
the thing at the very bottom?
This thing at the very bottom.
Yep, I'll use that.
Go ahead. Go ahead and attack and see if you can hit it. You gotta target it first. I don't know if you're targeting it. Nope, you're not targeting it currently. So I'll drag and drop your attack. There you go. Now you're targeting it.
How do I use this one? It's different from the others.
It's got an attack roll on it. It's you just double click on range spell attack under the description.
I'm clicking it. It's not doing anything.
Would you like me to roll for you?
If you can, I don't know why this one.
Sure, no problem. Unfortunately, that is a miss.
Sad.
Shakti, you pull out a diamond worth 50 gold and create a spell, a 4-inch diameter sphere of energy that hurls towards the creature. And with a smile on your face, you watch as your smile evaporates as the 4-inch diameter sphere of energy harmlessly passes the creature.
I kind of sigh toward my swords, and I'm like, maybe that's why I treat these.
And on Twinkle's turn, Twinkle will attempt to fire an arrow at the creature. And critically hit it. And you all watch as the arrow passes through its slender insect neck. Its head pops up. And its body comes crashing down towards the three of you. I need all three of you to make dexterity saves, as it is about to impact you and hit the ground.
Just to let you know, Twinkle's going to try to eat that head.
Okay. Alright, so let's see. Scorched and Shock, you both take 11 bludgeoning damage. And you are flattened by the body of this insect as it impacts the ground. Alistair just manages to fly out and sort of hover, spreads his wings out and flaps, pulling himself back. And you, my friends, are out of combat.
After getting this insect corpse off of him, he's going to look at Shock.
Back up just a little.
We're looking for a large reptilian man who was carried through here by a even larger lobster. Have you seen him?
Uh,
I didn't hear you. Did you
Yeah.
say something?
DM, have I seen anyone?
You have not. You have been with Fathom, watching on the ridge. You have, however, however, watch supplies and what you think are troops or people being loaded onto that giant flying fortress that you observed, and also the Alistair observed flying off in the distance towards that terrored reality. Beyond this series of buildings, this open area beyond the copse of trees.
No, I haven't seen anything like that. I have a little bit more pressing issue. Why are you all here?
I just told you you're looking for our friend who was carried through a portal.
And you each received 1,800 experience points for that encounter. Except for our friend Shock, who doesn't gain any experience. I'm so sorry.
Well, I haven't seen your friend.
So, Twinkle now crawling out from underneath the bush. Her short bow is still pointed at these two newcomers. And she looks at the two of you and then rushes forth past you two, snatching the head of this giant insect up and begins crunching on its eyeball. I eats it!
Well, while we're standing here, Scorch is going to look at those the corpses of the Death Knights. So like they have anything valuable on them.
Shock just stands there, kind of like, doesn't really flinch or react to Twinkle eating it, just mentions, careful, it might be poison.
You say that same thing about Twinkle.
Other than the ruined armor, you find a couple of rubies on them. Each one of them carries 3 rubies.
So just 3 rubies on each of them?
That's correct.
Put that in the party loot.
Sure.
Can I recover the diamond, or is it lost forever?
Now I should specify these are small rubies. Not large rubies. They were handheld. Like,
How much would you say they're worth?
you're not sure? But all of you would know that rubies are very valuable. The large ones especially. But these are sort of like dwarf-sized rubies.
That's some rather racist comments. Are you saying dwarfs are less valuable?
No, I was referring to dwarf as in size.
Oh, so now you're calling dwarves short.
No.
I once had a dwarf friend, alright? He may be mining all the time, but he was a fuck.
You're currently monologuing with an invisible person.
You said you were
Scorch will
walking
then
through a
look at
portal. Where?
It's true, we did. Is the portal still here? DM?
You know, this is very curious. I'm looking through my book of spells here, and I'm noticing that I need an owl feather, and I couldn't help but notice your friend. Might I?
Alistair points to the ground where he had been felled earlier. There are plenty of feathers there.
In answer to your question, Scorched, you do not see the portal.
Well, it was here a second ago.
What
Where are
kind
we
of portal
anyways?
was it?
A watery one.
A water one, you say? So we have a tadpole, a submarine, and a duck coming from the water.
Scorch will look
You're in
at
the toilet
Alistair and
doors.
Twinkle. So which one to use the duck?
See, here's the thing. He just said I was an owl and now a duck. I think he needs some mental help.
Well, owls don't swim, do they? That makes you either a duck or a penguin. And I don't see any ice duck.
Now here's the thing. I said a water portal. That doesn't mean it was in the water.
Was it in the water?
It was falling to the water from the sky.
So all this talk about portals is very familiar to you, Fathom. It reminds you of this strange cult that sprung up in your realm, that they use a series of portals to travel back and forth out of Lamania, the Twilight Forest. And you just feel this sick feeling in your stomach, remembering what the cult did to your people.
This sounds like the work of the cult of the Twilight Forest. Are you related to them? Do you have any affiliation with them?
Other than their blood on our hands, no.
So you have fought them. Do you know of them?
No, we just kinda got sucked through one portal to another and ended up being attacked. So we just handled whatever attack.
Strange. And to your friend here, you were in Lamania. Are you familiar with
Who are you talking to?
you?
I was in the Mania? Never
You
heard
are
of that
now.
place.
Also known as the Twilight Forest.
I never heard of this Twilight Forest.
Well, look around. You're in it now.
What business do you have here?
Scorched,
None,
you
to
don't
be
walk
honest.
into someone's home and ask what they're doing there.
This
Killing
is a forest.
cultists.
There's
What
no
do you
one's
do at
home.
your home? We're killing cultists in our home. What do you do at home?
I have no home.
If you did, and you found cultists in it, what would you do with them?
It depends on the cult.
Fair enough.
Scorch, this entire time you've been looking at this somewhat imposing, lithe figure. And why don't you describe him, Kevin? What does Fathom look like?
Fathom is about 5'8", maybe 200 pounds, dressed all in white, with some kind of white face paint and black accented paint all over his face. Almost looks like it's been smeared on. Besides that, he's a bit of a mystery.
And of course, you also, this other newcomer that assisted you all, wearing leather armor, sort of almost cat-like features. Ears are pointed and elongated. Canines are elongated. Nose is a bit flat. And this is Shock, who's been cleaning her weapon this time, assessing the three of you, while standing next to her companion.
So you're cult hunters, I assume?
No, we're just cleaning house. Well, if you don't mind, I have some people to kill. Where are you going to go next?
As you say that, Fathom, off in the distance you all hear a warbling sound that just seems to pulse out You're not entirely certain of direction. Fathom, you would assume that is to the eastern section of this peninsula that you're all flying on, they're all in currently, beyond the copse of trees and into the clearing where those buildings are.
How far away would you say it is?
From where you are now, it will take you all approximately 15 minutes to get there if you moved quickly. The sound that you heard sounds an awful lot like the portals that your people were moved through. It sounds like it was just fired up.
I move quickly and stealthily towards.
Okay. So I'll watch Shock just zips off into the forest, back the way she and Fathom came. What are you doing, Fathom?
I'm going to wait here and see what happens.
Okay. Shock is run off into the forest by herself, away from the four of you.
Where is she going?
She heard something.
When I get close enough, can I hide? And
the sound leads you back to out of the copse of trees towards the ridge that overlooks the clearing, where all these buildings, these strange stone buildings, are erected. And you just see this pulse of energy from the center of this compound. You see this series of archways, and one of them is currently lit up with some sort of an energy field pulsing within the archway. And you just watch as off in the distance, from this distance, you can't really guess who or what it is, but you can see individuals that are passing through the aperture, through this archway, and are gone.
can I make out any specific shapes? Or no one in particular?
It's so far away from this distance, unless you move down into a little bit further close to it, you wouldn't be able to tell exactly.
I'm fine here.
Okay. While Shock is gone, Twinkle is now just sort of looking desperately towards Alistair and Scorch. And she says, "Why are we all standing around for? We gotta save Vrax and Adela."
No offense, but you guys look a little beat up. You might need to rest.
We'll rest when we find Vrax and Adela.
Very well.
Scorch is going to explore the immediate area and see if you can find any signs of them.
Okay. What are you looking for specifically? Are you just looking on the ground for tracks or the general area?
Oh wait, I remember. I already did that, so I won't do that.
Okay.
Scorch instead will go and check out and see where Shock went.
Going back towards Shock?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going off into the underbrush towards the direction that Shock went.
Yes.
All right.
And if I find another ration along the way, I'll take that as well.
If you find another ration,
Yes.
you don't find any other ration. You do see some strange birds that you've never seen before, flying amongst the canopy of the trees. And after a while, you come upon where the tree line breaks, and you're now standing on a ridge line overlooking this expanse of this cleared out area towards the edge of the peninsula. And you can now see that sword-shaped like object, sword sticking straight up and down, is now almost completely gone. You can still see it, but it has ridden off towards this tear in reality. And you now see the same thing that Shock saw. You see stone buildings arranged in the distance and within the compound, and at the very center you can see a series of archways. And one of the arches is currently lit up, brilliant blue light. Almost looks like the surface of water rippling.
Scorch is gonna go into his ring. He's gonna say, Alistair, I think I found where they might have taken Vrax and Adela.
Alistair is just gonna answer the ring, not say anything, and just head off in the direction they went, following after.
Okay. Twinkle just sort of plods after you. She is attempting to drag the crystal sled behind her. She's not quite figured it out yet, so she's just sort of gripping it with one hand and pulling it along as she's running after you, Alistair. What do you do, Fallon?
I'm going to follow them out of curiosity.
Okay. So a little bit of time passes, and you're able to eventually come upon the same ridgeline, Scorch standing just out of view, staring off towards the compound. Shock, you, from your position, you see as the other individuals that you saw before now all gather around on the ridgeline, including Fathom.
What is this place, Fathom?
Do I recognize it?
Yes. This place is called Dry Dock.
This is Dry Dock. This is my destination all along. It seems our paths are entwined.
Dry Dock is one part mass transit facility for the flying fortresses, like the one that you all observed, or what you observed, Alistair, and what you now observed, Scorch, when you arrived at the ridgeline. And it is also a location for a series of portals, gateways, that can be activated with the proper know-how to take one away from this realm of Lamania into another realm that it is coterminous with. And of course, you would know this, Fathom, because you and your people helped build these things for the cult.
I will pass this knowledge on to the group.
And you also explained to them how the cult decimated and enslaved your people, and that for several months now, you've observed infernal war machines and strange creatures passing through that dimensional tear just beyond Dry Dock. And you first saw the flying fortresses come that took slaves of your people until none were left. And then it began to drop off arcane vehicles and shock troops of some sort who would use the mass transit gateways to go off to whatever destination they were.
It would be almost beautiful if it wasn't such a terrible inconvenience.
And you said that this was on the bottom of this plateau that we're on?
Who are you addressing, me or Fathom?
Yes, I'm addressing you. This is at the bottom of the plateau?
Correct. At the bottom of the ridge in this clearing, out towards the edge of the peninsula, where it just drops off into the floating island, you can see that beyond the series of buildings, the place itself appears to be mostly desolate. You don't really see much in the way of like movement at the moment. You just see the series of buildings, and you see this series of gateways at the center of the compound.
Do you know the best way to get over there, Phantom?
No, not really.
You helped
I would
build it, didn't
suggest-
you?
No, my people helped build it. Doesn't mean I had anything to do with it.
You guys have something to say, Shaq?
I would suggest quietly and without being noticed, but that goes without saying.
Of course. And then Scorch will loudly and obviously say the city.
To Shock, does Scorch look very similar to the creatures coming in and out of the portals?
No. The Scorch looks like a Warforged, but he looks like a melding of a somewhat damaged construct form with this coating of a burnished gold material. And at the center, which sort of lays over what you would assume was whatever armor he was wearing, whatever armor plates he had before, now to have this additional coating. And at the center of his chest, you see a large, what you assume is a large chunk of dragon shard. And it looks like a piece of Sybaris dragon shard. Sort of a yellowish orange color.
Kind of squints at Scorched, seeing the dragon shore. Then focuses back on to the city at hand.
Is no one else coming to the city?
Of course. Are we going to sit here and look at it, or are we just going to walk in?
Tuiko just starts flying towards the city. She's finally figured out how to fly the thing by itself without crashing into things, she hopes. And she just yells, "Frax!"
Well, there's our distraction, shall we?
I'm sure that plan's going to work.
And you watch as Twinkle just sort of gets smaller and smaller as she flies off over the ridge down towards this compound of Dry Dock. And she gets closer and closer to the center and now turns around and halts the source sled and nearly falls off. Almost slips off of it and rights herself, and she calls back, "Are you coming or what?"
Well, let's go.
Starts.
I rush to meet him.
Okay. In quick succession, you slash into the Prophet, attempting to bite him, and your third attack, you just manage to miss him. And the Prophet now says, "That's pretty good." But not good enough. And he... let's see. Make a DC Wisdom saving throw, please. Or, yeah, a Wisdom saving throw there, Brax. Okay, you are... you are frightened. The skull-like helmet suddenly bursts into flame. Flame coming from the eye sockets, from the front of where the nose would be on this skull, this ram's skull, flame wreathed and licking the crown that's above the head that floats there. And he, in quick succession, slashes at you with the falchion. And you, in almost blinding speed, the falchion comes slashing into your body. The first hit missing, glinting off of you. You just managed to sidestep it. The second bullet hits you, blood flying out of your chest from the double crystalline blade slashing into your body. Its third attack now comes, his blade dings into the metal mesh ground below you. And he just sort of chuckles. I'm only getting started. And it's your turn, Brax. Unless Zen, would you like to do something?
Zen doesn't know if he's allowed or not, but he's gonna cast Fairy Fire.
Okay.
Because Brax has helped him, so he will help Brax. That's a 20-foot radius.
Okay.
And the cloaked figure is lit up. And he says, it's hard to see in here. A little bit of light. And that means now Brax has advantage on every attack.
I believe I can drop something from you onto... Well, you can roll it. I'll roll initiative for you to add you to the count now, Zen.
Okay.
And let's see...
Yeah, there's no way to drag the spell.
That's okay. What's it called? Fairy Fire?
Yeah, Fairy Fire. I can cast it once per day.
Fairy Fire. All right. I will put it's on the Cloak Prophet, correct?
Yes, he has to make a dex save.
I'll throw it on there. You said it was a dex save?
Yep.
Oh, I guess I should make a save on him, huh? See if he actually passes. He does not. All right, Zen.
Okay. It's last with the one.
As you do that, the cloaked individuals within the room all stand at attention. And you watch as they begin to pull weapons. The Tiger Man, however, is still seated in his chair. He's chuckling, and his flaming sword, blade pointed down towards the floor, is resting against his knee. As he just sort of, if a tiger could smile, he just has this grin on his face of just like, yeah. He looks, and as he does so, two warriors drop seemingly from nowhere, materialize and land not too far away from Brax.
One landed on my head.
Yeah, sorry about that. Move you out of the way. Say he's there. There we go. And Vrax, it is your turn. Vrax, you're hearing the sounds of weapons being drawn, echoing throughout the chamber. The sound of the idling vehicle not too far away from you. You can see the cloaked warrior who appears to be breathing heavily. He's pulling his falchion back. You can see the two cloaked individuals that appear to be standing near this contraption, the front bow of this chamber, with this crackling energy coming off of it. And the cloaked warrior appears to be lit up with a glow, this strange energy which seems to flow and lighten, and you can just see now the weak spots on him, on his armor.
I will not be distracted from my opponent.
Oh, that's a critical hit. As you slash down into the cloaked warrior, he just pulls his falchions up just in time to try and parry your attack, but it's too late, and you slash into him, carving off one of his pauldrons. His blackened plate metal pauldron comes flying off of the side of his right shoulder.
He should have kept his adamantium armor.
It's true. He should have. Your second attack, however, is a miss, as he manages to pull his shield up and block your longsword from impacting him again.
By the way, why do I have automatic disadvantage on this?
Oh, you should have advantage.
That's weird. Maybe I
Yeah,
was...
'cause I was-
Oh, it's because you're frightened of him.
Oh, that's why. So the advantage is canceling that out. Okay.
Okay. That's nasty. That's cool.
Would you like to save out of that?
Do I get a chance to save every turn?
Yeah, you can save from it.
What's my save?
Wisdom save, sir. You saved out of it. You are no longer frightened of him.
Can I reroll those last 2 attacks then?
Nah.
All right.
It's at the end of your turn. Okay. Mordekash now says, "Wonderful! I haven't seen one of the drow from Zendrick and martial combat in such a long time. Please, skinny one, show us your talents." He gestures towards you with his backwards shaped hand, clawed, gnarled, tiger-like hand. And Zen, it's your turn. You see these barbed warriors, these bearded warriors wearing plate armor, and they have these strange tendrils coming out from their chin. It looks like a beard, but they appear to be tentacles, barbed tentacles.
I'm gonna move right there.
Okay.
And I will strike twice.
First attack is a miss, as you attempt to stab him with your short sword. Your second attack, though, managed to pierce his armor, stabbing him in the side. He screeches in pain, but it appears to be somewhat resistant to your attack. He just looks at you with this devilish grin on his face.
And now my turn.
Okay. The other cloaked individuals, their weapons drawn. Oh crap! Just realized they're not supposed to be there. Their weapons drawn. They are just standing at attention. Don't appear to be moving towards you. Or Vrax, your lizard friend, which I'm not sure if he actually did anything. Now, how does that fairy fire work? Does it just last? He can't save out of it.
For the duration, objects are affected creatures shed dim light and any attack roll again. It seems like it lasts a minute. Oh, it's a concentration too, so I do need to remember that. So no, he does not. There's no save out of it after a failure. So for 1 minute, it is there.
Okay. Okay. On the cloaked warrior's turn, he sets his shield down momentarily and holds his hand out towards you, Grax. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Okay. He casts command on you. And he tells you to halt. And you feel yourself frozen in place. And your arm just sort of holding up, getting ready to attack once again. And the prophet just sort of steps back a bit and around you, back towards his vehicle. And he says, "You fight well. worthy of the Keeper's grace, I shall grant you a swift death today. And that's his turn. The Bearded Devil is going to go. And he takes his glaive, hauls back, and stabs at you, attempting to stick you. Zen?
Oh.
That's a critical hit. And I need you to make... Okay, you are successful on your concentration, so you're still holding your spell.
Okay.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Ooh. 16.
16. Great. Okay, you feel this pulse. It feels as though something was coated on the weapon, and where it slid into and pierced your body, slashed at you, you feel this bit of cold, but whatever it is, it subsides. You're not sure what it was. He then sort of whips his head back and forth. He whips his head back and forth. He whips his head back and forth. And his barbed beard rakes across your body and hits. And I need you to make another Constitution saving throw. And again, your concentration passed. Okay. Again,
24.
you feel this sort of sick sensation from the barbed ends of the beard scratching across your face and neck. You feel the sting and a bit of like a heat, but it subsides very quickly. Whatever this attack was, it appeared to be potentially envenomed. The other bearded devil now steps forth and takes his glaive and stabs at you, and you just manage to miss. And snarling now, he whips his head around and attacking you with his beard, but you just manage to move away. You noticed the attacks beforehand, and very quickly, with a look of panic in your eyes, you sidestepped as the glaive and then 1-2 combination of glaive and beard attack attempted to hit you. And Mordekash is continuing to laugh now and clapping his hands together. Wonderful! Oh, you drow are always so amusing. Brax, you're doing wonderfully, sir. And the bearded devil now, with a grin on his face, sidesteps around. And once again pulls back his glaive and stabs into your body, but just misses. You look from the one that was catty-cornered to you to the one that just sidestepped. You just managed to leap out of the way. He then, and with frustration, attempts to attack you with his beard. And also misses as you're just sort of moving your body like a bendy straw back and forth, dodging these attacks. The Prophet now steps back, or stepping to the side of you, Brax, now. Takes his sword, his falchion sword, and slashes into you in quick succession 3 times, and manages to hit you in the 3rd time. Which is funny to me because you're halted. Technically, that's a weird spell. Technically, there should be automatic hits.
It's only 1 round. I'm already not out of it.
Okay. Well, that's good then. Okay. Then Zen, it is your turn. These bearded devils are encircling you. Their glaives out. Their inventive blades. You can see the strange blackish substance is coating the blades. And they're spinning them slowly, looking like they're getting ready to attack you once again.
I'm going to attack the one in front of me.
Okay.
Twice.
That is a hit. As your second short sword, you manage to pierce into the bearded devil's arm. But again, your attack doesn't seem to be doing much to him. He sort of shrugs it off, both hands holding the handle of his glaive and looking like he's about to twirl it and slash it down on top of you.
Not my turn.
Okay, Vrax, it is your turn.
Very well.
That is a hit. As you slash into the prophet with your sword, and he is rocked back by your hit. You can see now that he's starting to look really hurt. On your second attack, however, he just sort of bashes your longsword attack away with his shield. And there's this brilliant flash from the fire blackening the shield and where it hit.
Advantage ain't worth a damn.
Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
All right. The bearded devil, once again, first whipping his head around, the beard slashing at you, and just managing to scratch the back of your neck. You still succeed on your concentration check, Zen. Make another Constitution save.
Oh. 8.
Okay, you are poisoned for a minute. You can now feel from the wound, the areas where those barbs scratched your skin now, your skin feels like it's on fire. And he yells out in this strange guttural language something. And he then slashes down with his glaive. And I should have rolled that at advantage. And he hits you. Make another Constitution save. I love how you keep passing those concentration checks. It's amazing. All right.
22.
You are not feeling the effects of whatever that is. Whatever that he's got coated on his blade is not doing anything to you. Vrax, it is your turn again. The prophet, shield up. You manage to bash into him with your sword. Unfortunately, your second attack does not hit home. He's able to bash your sword strike away. And your jaws snap shut, inches away from his helmet, attempting to grab and latch onto his face. The bearded devil now is going to take his glaive, and he looks like he's getting ready to try to decapitate you, Zen. He takes a mighty swing and hits you. And you still pass your concentration check. Make another Constitution save.
Oh, whoops, I rolled twice accidentally. The first one is 20.
Oh, first one's 20. You're all good. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem to be affecting you. Whoops, I forgot to roll his other attack. Once again, slashing you with his beard. I just imagine like this guy is just like whipping his hair around, and you're just getting scratched left and right by these almost like vine-like bearded, vine-like barbed beards, which are just sort of scratching and slashing at you. The other bearded devil now slashes at you first with his beard and critically hits you. And that time, unfortunately, you failed your concentration check. You are bashed down to one knee, looking up as he takes his glaive and attempts to finish you off with it. And hits. And you just feel this mighty blow as he slashes into your body. Your arm goes numb from the blood loss. Your blood is pouring out of your wounds now. The Cloaked Prophet. Now, staring at you, Vrax, he yells, "I have had enough!" And he is going to cast Thunderous Smite. He's going to smite you. Or he's going to try to. On one of these attacks, he's going to try to smite you. But unfortunately, he misses on all of them and loses that spell slot. Mordecai says, "Come on now, Prophet, you can do better than this. Vrax, you're doing amazing." And Zen, it is your turn. You're feeling very weak and woozy. Your legs are wobbling. Your knees are knocking together. And you're starting to feel your own mortality. And the past 126 years, you've never felt this way.
As he sees his intimate death, I'm going to drop my short sword, pull out my crossbow,
Okay.
and shoot at the Prophet.
That is a miss.
And that's it.
Okay. On the Bearded Devil's turn, you hear him now speaking in common, and he says, "You fought well." Misses. Whoops. I meant to do that as advantage. He also misses. Hey. Vrax, is your turn.
I'm going to use my reckless attack at this point.
Okay. Reckless. That is a hit. So you slash into the Prophet with your sword, cutting into his arm now. You hear him now. Oh! You hear him now screaming. And unfortunately, your second attack does not connect. And neither does your bite. You are biting at nothing. Biting at the air.
And my turn.
The Prophet now looking, he is going to look you in the face. He now rips his helmet off, tossing it onto the ground. You can see sweat and grime, this face that is haggard. There you can see hair growing in patchy sections on his face. His eyes are flashing in intervals between green and red and then back again. And he now is going to attempt to cast Smite yet again on you. I believe that's with advantage, correct?
That is correct.
And he misses. Is that only on the first attack, or does he gain advantage the whole round?
The whole round.
Oh, snippity snap. Alright. Well, he missed on his second attack with advantage. And he missed all three with advantage. He's missed every single attack. He looks pissed.
Vrax cannot be beaten.
Apparently, the time has not been kind to Samael, the Keeper's Reaper. The Bearded Devil, as you hear Zen yelling out, "Wow!" Zen, you look in the face of your destroyer. A glaive slams down, nearly decapitating you. He then arcs his head around his neck, slashing at you, critically hitting you with the beard, and it cuts your jugular on the side of your neck, blood spurting, and you go crumpling to the ground, unconscious. You'll be making death saves, which I would love for you to roll a d20 for me right now. Okay, that's one success.
17.
The bearded devil now steps forth, takes his glaive, hovering above the chest of Zen, and says, "Respect." And somehow manages to... Isn't it an automatic crit? Come on.
It should be. That's what I'm saying. That's why D&D rolled a little. That's
Okay.
an automatic crit.
All right.
It's supposed to negate his dexterity when he's down like that.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, automatic crit.
Yeah.
So we're going to say that's 2 death saves lost. You've passed
Yeah.
1. Make another death save. D20 roll. That's another
Well-
save. 2 successes, 2 fails. Mordecrash is clapping his hands. You can hear chuckling from behind you, this throaty laugh, Rax. And he just says, "Finish him off!" And the bearded devil now nods in respect towards Mordecrash, steps forth with his glaive, and says, "This is the end." And that will be another critical hit. And you just hear this sound behind you, Vrax, and manage to glance to the side and look as you watch your drow companion get his head lopped off. And the bearded devils now are standing at attention, both of them looking down pitifully towards the very dead Zen. And it is your turn, Vrax.
I don't have time to mourn him right now. I'm still fighting Samael. I will continue my reckless assault.
Okay. That is a hit. As you slash into your opponent, he reels from the attack. Ugh! And that is another hit.
Die already.
And with that attack, Vrax, you slash your sword out and lop the head off of the shoulders of this individual. It slumps to the ground and rolls a few times and comes to a rest. The mouth opening up, slack, the eyes no longer glowing, and then something else happens. The facial features begin to shift and change to that of a white-skinned individual with black coal eyes and white hair, not that dissimilar from the drow behind you. And as you look at the corpse that is just now falling after your final attack, slumps to the ground. And Mordecrash just sort of stands up now from his throne behind you. And he claps once again, giving you a standing ovation. Wonderful. My friend, you've passed this test. It was a close approximation to one of my enemies, to be sure. I had intended to use this individual for some other individuals. It's a bit of a surprise, but I wanted to test him out on you, and apparently you seem to be much more worthy of taking his place. And he
I would gladly slaughter your enemies.
steps forth to you now and puts one of his hands on your shoulder. And he says, "Tell me, my friend, how would you like to kill some people for me?"
I would love to.
And as he touches your shoulder now, the fire that illuminates between the cracks in his armor seems to come off of his hand, and you feel a sizzling sensation as all of your wounds are healed over in these tribal red runic tattoos that spread out from his hand across your shoulder, across your chest. And Vrax's eyes are no longer the color that they've been his entire life. They now burn like coals, and fire erupts from Brax's mouth as he tilts his head back towards the ceiling, towards the sky, and opens his jaw up. A gout of flame erupts from his mouth, and the frill on the back of your neck begins to extend between your shoulder blades all the way down your back and extend out and become bony plates. Now the ridge itself it's not a steep incline. It's about like a bit more of a 45-degree angle that sort of continues on and then tapers off. It almost seems like the ridge is the edge of a crater. And it eventually planes out and flattens towards the compound.
Well, we have two options. We can either walk this entire way to the compound, or we can jump off the edge, and we'll float down. What would you two like to do? He's not really asking Alistair, because Alistair can just fly down.
Floating sounds.
Alright. Then he will take Phantom in shock, and I'll jump over the edge with him. And then he'll cast Featherfall.
Oh, okay. And each of you now hovering down as you leap over the edge of the ridge, just sort of bouncing gently on the incline and eventually make your way down. Twinkle has been doing figure eights, waiting for the rest of you to join her. Alistair, what are you doing? Hello, Alistair.
He's not even in the room, I don't think.
Oh no, did Alistair take off?
I think he lost connection.
Oh no. Alright, I'll say that he went with you guys. Alright, as you make your way down towards the compound, towards the arches, you can see that there's a series of what appears to be 6 archways. And currently, each one of them seems to have a different rune on the ground in front of it. And there is a pedestal at the center of this arrangement of archways. And the pedestal has 6 different switches angled out towards each archway. Currently, one of the switches is down, and the rune is lit up on the ground, and there is a swirling bit of blue energy that ripples. The light emits from it, and it looks like the surface of water.
Can Fathom or I make any sense of the runes on the ground?
Sure. Make an Arcana check. Who would like to make an Arcana check? Either of you two. Holy shit, that's a natural 20.
I'll leave it to him.
So Fathom, you're fairly certain that the blue rune describes a place called Eberron, which is a bit alien to you. You've heard of a place called Eberron in passing from your tribesmen and women as another plane of existence. And you believe that to be, based on the conversations that you've had with your tribesmen before you became the last of your kind, that was potentially a destination for cult activity or your people.
And the others?
The others appear to be destination runes for places in Eberron.
Well, it would appear this is a portal to a place known as Eberron. Are you familiar with it?
That's where we're from.
Really? I wonder if your friend Vrax ended up back home.
There's only one way to find out.
Well,
You're not entirely sure, Fathom, what these other runes mean. The only way, the only reason why you understand this rune as being one for Eberron is because you've seen this rune carved into the very flesh of your people, like a brand. This specific rune, and they all referred to it as Eberron with malice in their voice, as if this is a dark mark, a terrible place to your people.
well, I think it's worth investigating if the rest of you are interested.
Doesn't sound bad to me.
I'm actually waiting. Go ahead.
Of course, is going to start walking down that that bridge over to that portal.
Okay. As you get closer, make a perception check there, Scorched. Unless you'd like to use your passive.
I'll make a perception check.
Okay, I figured you might, because you have a passive of 9. That's a 3.
All right, keep going.
Nice.
It keeps going. You don't notice anything. All right. Twinkle is now flying after you, Scorched, following you towards this center of the compound, towards these archways. Do the rest of I assume that Alistair would follow his friends. What about you two? Do you follow these newcomers, these strangers, I should say?
They seem to be
Step
going
behind,
in the
I
same
do.
direction as me. So yes.
I mean, you'd have to be already practically standing there anyway to have determined those runes. You'd have to be basically standing there to understand them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I figured we were ready.
Okay. And you happen upon the podium, which is sitting in the midst of this place. And as you're standing there, the switch, there's an audible clicking noise. And the switch suddenly flips up. And the energy field dissipates immediately and the rune stops glowing. And it's almost a calm. Winds rushing. And off in the distance, you now see forms, shapes, sort of lurching from behind the buildings towards your position. You see 3 shapes in one direction. Scanning around the buildings, you now see 4 more shapes. 8, 10, 17, more than 25 shapes, bipedal forms that are moving and converging on your position, standing within this area of arches. and they're getting closer. And you can now hear sort of a clarion call, a horn. And over the tops of these stone buildings, some that are taller, you start seeing a swarm of those flying insect mounts with the knights sitting on their back. Dozens of them rising up in the distance above the rooftops of these stone buildings, drawing their greatswords and yelling out a charge as they're all flying now to converge on your position. What would you like to do?
Unless you're ready for round 2, I suggest we leave.
I told you guys you needed to get some rest, but don't worry, I got this. And I'm going to cast Mage Hand and use it to activate the portal.
Okay, make an Arcana check. As you are manipulating the switch, there are chunks of what you believe to be dragon shard, but it is of a much darker, almost a purplish blue-black sheen that glows. As your mage hand grips the metal switch and pulls it down, there is a brilliant flash of light as the rune erupts on the ground, glowing, sending blue light straight up from the ground, and the energy begins to swirl and coalesce within the archway until it is a fully formed archway, fully formed portal.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm going there. I'll walk on through.
Walk on through.
What about the rest of you?
Scorch is gonna stand and fight. No, I'm just kidding. He's gonna go on through.
That would be hilarious. Scorch turns into a Megazord.
Mecha Scorched.
Mecha Scorched. He's no longer Gigafucked. He's Giga Scorch.
He's Gundam Scorched.
Twitter. Twitter. Aha! Name drop. Your goblin rogue friend didn't even wait for the two of you. She says, "I'm fucking gone," and she goes straight through the portal. And she yells into her ring, "Frax! Where are you?" As she rushes through the portal and is gone.
I walk through casually and go, why does everybody keep talking in their hand? That makes no sense.
And one by one, each of you, as these knights on flying wasp mounts converge on you, about to get to you, dozens of them converging on you. In the distance, you see armored warriors that are emaciated, their skin cracked and falling and decayed in places, drawing wicked-looking weapons and rushing towards you, all roaring this unearthly roar. And one by one, you each pass through the aperture and violently tumble through the portal out into a dingy alleyway.
Quick question.
Knocked prone in the middle of this alleyway.
On the way through the portal, am I able to direct my mage hand to grab one of those dragon shards?
Well, they're embedded into the...
Oh, they're permanent.
Yeah,
okay.
they're like, it's like they're faceted jewels into the surface of this thing.
Shame.
So one by one, you all tumble into this alleyway. And you can hear in the distance the sound of life. And as you begin to gain your composure and you begin to gain your senses looking around, each of you now look and see that the walls of this alleyway are absolutely riddled and painted in blood. There were ritualistic runes coating the nearby walls of this alleyway and painted on the ground, and they seemed to converge on the ground towards what appears to be a fresh corpse.
You know, we probably shouldn't hang out here.
And as you begin, each of you, your body's aching from your wounds from battle, you begin to pull yourself up off of the ground. You suddenly, the light in the alley from the tall buildings is suddenly blocked out from the end as a massive form of an armored warrior looms in the opening to the alleyway. And you see a tall and wide individual stalking towards you with his weapon drawn, a set of horns curving out from the sides of his head. And just behind this armored warrior, you see more knights and shining plate armor. And Horn, would you like to join us?
Yes.
You appear to have tracked the murderers that you've been looking for.
You murder! Horn wants to know the truth. Did you kill them?
I'm quite certain that these individuals, you might want to take them to your commander to seek to face justice.
Who do you mean by them? Because I've killed a lot of people.
Way to look.
Are you admitting to the murder?
Not at all.
We're not
Which
with this
murder?
man.
Not this man right here?
And
Horn will
the very, very tall cow-like face of this warrior that's sticking out from under his helmet, which has been festooned and designed to shape around the naturally occurring curved horns that jut out from his temples. And he gestures now towards the corpse in the middle of the street, which is in the middle of the alleyway, which is sort of like tangled in the arms and legs of all of you. Have you been sort of pulling yourself up off of the ground? And as you're looking around the alleyway, you don't see that portal that you tumbled out of. You just see a blank wall with more blood and runes painted on the walls. The blood, I should mention, looks like it's still wet, damp.
Nah, I didn't kill this one. We just found it.
Horn doesn't know if you're telling the truth. I'll take you to my commander. Please, come with me.
Does he know any better than you do?
And the moment that you motion Horn, your knights that have followed you are now pulling their weapons. You just hear this cacophonous sound of metal as their swords are unsheathed. And they begin moving towards the group of you, blocking your exit from the alleyway. And
I thought they said take us, not kill us.
oh no,
What are you being so scared of?
they're in a defensive position. They're not in an attack position. They don't want you to get away, apparently.
Scorch will take a look at the corpse. Does it look familiar?
Make a perception check. Or an investigation check. Doesn't look like anyone you've ever seen before. Of course, the body is mangled. It's very difficult to tell features if this is a man, woman, or child.
How dark is this alley we're in?
Well, best that you can tell from now, it appears to be late evening. So there are ever-bright lanterns that are illuminating the streets at the mouth of the alleyway. Most of that light is streaming into the alleyway where you're all standing. So it's sort of like there are multiple lights that are angled on the tops of the corners of the roof, and that light just sort of stretches back and illuminates the alleyway. And looking up, you can see that folk have like lanterns sitting on like the rails on the outside of their balconies above. So there's light up above as well. Sun hasn't
Twinkle
gone down
runs
yet.
up the wall and disappears.
Okay, I'll roll a stealth check for Twinkle to see if she disappears successfully. Let's see. Okay.
Am I able to try doing the same stuff?
Shaq, you are standing in the midst of these individuals.
Yeah,
They're-
Twinkle can walk up walls.
They're stepping towards you, and one of the men now grabs your arm and says,
My hands
"Please,"
are up.
it says, "Please do not resist." And
Of course.
He looks to all of you, says, "Drop your weapons." And he looks back and he says, "Lieutenant Horn, we'll secure the prisoners."
Thank you. Remember, innocent until proven guilty, but they look very guilty.
You might want to call tonight Captain Zool and let him know that we're on the way.
Horn will call the captain.
And one by one, these armored warriors sort of swarm each of you and secure your weapons. Do you resist?
How are we going to take Scorched weapons because this is magically bound to him?
Well, whatever they can take from you, they will take from you. They take your bags if you're carrying bags. They take those from you.
Careful, there are things in there that bite.
And they then apply shackles to your wrists. And after applying them to their wrists, they apply shackles to your legs. And they then direct you single file to follow Lieutenant Horn, the big imposing cowman.
How far is he from me?
He is currently about 15 feet away from you, and he had been talking into some sort of smooth stone that he was holding in his hand.
I'm a psychically
Scorched is going to turn.
communicate with him.
Okay.
I'm
Are
gonna
there any
say,
signs
drop
around of
something.
what?
You gonna say you dropped something?
Yes.
Okay.
Horn looks down.
Scorched, what did you say? What are you doing?
Scorched is going to turn to the guard that put his shackles on. And is like, are these really necessary? I mean, we're coming willingly. Why don't you just let us come with you without the shackles?
And the man says, "Why don't you let us worry about our business and let us figure it out the way we do things. We do things a little differently here in Stormreach." And the man now puts a hand on your shoulder and now pushes you forward. And what were you saying, Shak?
I was gonna look around to see if we can tell what town we're in, but he just straight up said it, so I just said, "Welcome to Stormreach."
A wave of relief just sort of passes over you, Shak, as you realize that your deal is over and you're back.
Finally.
And so single file line, these soldiers, these knights, they begin leading you away from the alleyway. A couple of them stay behind and are now sort of blocking the alleyway from the public. You could see, as you're passing away through this alleyway, you can see a single canal that is bisected this current ward, which appears to be a market. And you can see a wide bridge that is crowded with permanent shop fronts and stalls that have been erected near the shop fronts. And even at this time of night, you can see merchants that are calling out the quality and the superiority of what they're selling. You can see livestock, you can see timber, sweet dried meats, silver, pearls, furs, crystals, and all manner of weaponry and additional goods which are festooned in these different storefronts that are open air to the public. And as you're being led single file through, people are sort of giving you all a wide berth as you're being led towards this large compound at the edge.
As we've been walking, I've been messing with Horn the whole time. I've been mocking him inside of his head, going, "This is Horn's conscience. Horn is terribly ashamed for harassing these people."
Horn is ashamed? Who said that? He looks around.
I'm just walking with my head down.
He looks at one that goes, Did you talk to me?
And there's another sound beyond the sound of the folk and the cacophonous sound of the different market sellers, the different folk peddling their wares, you can now hear a sound in the distance of what sounds like an angry crowd. And Horn, you are reminded of your station as you've been traveling with your fellow knights, Isio, Minakwa, Nelstri, Oliver, Solstice, and Thalkara. You are reminded that Captain Zool wanted you to send these knights to the city outskirts to ensure that no one got in and out of the city. But of course, you were waylaid when you came upon the scene of the crime with these individuals. And as you reach the entrance into the stone pillared building, you can all see now these tabards that are flying and waving in the wind near the entrance to this building. And you can just see this brilliant silver material, this background, which with some sort of almost a spear tip, a silver spear tip in the midst of this crest, which most of you would recognize to be of one of the religious organizations, with the exception of Fathom, who wouldn't know much about Eberron. It appears to be the iconography of the Silver Flame. And as you pass through the big doors and you're led down the hallway, you just see rows and rows of knights in shining plate armor. Some standing at attention, some are moving along 2 by 2, marching through the halls past you. Just hear the sound of armor just shaking and clattering against itself, and you are eventually led into an open meeting hall, and a very large and powerful chocolate-skinned man is standing at a table with his arms spread out, and he's studying an overland map of some sort. And he looks up and he says, Horn, good, you're back. I'm gonna need your men and women to get to the gates at once. This refugee crisis has stoked the fears, and I'm afraid Stormreach might suffer the same fate as the Obsidian City. Which, of course, you know, nothing remains but a smoking crater in the ground.
Horn agrees. Horn brought suspects.
Suspects? What do you mean, suspects?
Horn seen murder in the alley. They were there. In the alley. Blood all over. Bad.
Very well. What say you? What do you have to say for yourselves in this dastardly business in the city?
Wrong time,
we
wrong
didn't
place.
do it.
That's what they all say. Why don't you tell me why you were in the alleyway if you didn't have anything to do with it?
We fell out of a magical portal.
Pretty much.
He just sort of arches one of his eyebrows and looks at you two with a stern look on his face. And he says, I don't have time for fairy tales.
You've never seen magic before?
Of course,
Hold on. I'll
I've
show
seen
you
magic.
how it works. Well, maybe the portal we used to fall in there is one that the murderer used. We don't know. But if you were to ask us more about it instead of just shutting us down, we could tell you.
You keep saying portal. Horn, what are they talking about?
Horn don't know. Horn found him in alley. Blood all over. Dead body.
Well, maybe a night in the stockade will maybe rouse your memories a bit more than this fantastical story. And this time he's been making hand motions to the knights that put irons on you. And each of them are coming up to him. He's whispering to them, each of them. And they're moving away in 2s and 3s and then out of the hall. And he says, I don't have time for nonsense and funny games. I have more important things to deal with than the likes of you.
then why don't you just let us go and go deal with them?
This is all. I will tell you what. If you want to earn your freedom, we can work something out. You say that you have nothing to do with this. Well, if that's the case, why don't you help us solve this crime?
I'm going to cyclically communicate with everybody and ask them if they want to agree to that. You can just think
No,
your
probably
answer
not.
back to me.
You hear from me, no opinion either way.
We might as well help them with the crime.
I'm assuming Twinkle is nearby because I've been giving her landmarks the whole time we've been walking.
And you hear her say back, "Ah! A bird shit on my head!"
Twinkle, come on in here with us. We'll accept your offer, and in return, we'll even show you our hidden ally, so you know we're being honest with you.
Fine.
Hello.
And he now he gestures, and another individual holding a box sets the box on the table, and he opens it up, and within the box is like a series of just a pile of silver emblems, and the captain now begins pulling them out, and he says, "While my knights are attending to the more important matters in the city, specifically with what issues with the Sulatar Empire and their royal guardsmen, or as they like to call themselves, the Firebinders, they escaped the destruction of the Obsidian City, and they somehow think that the dragon-marked houses are to blame, so they've been causing all kinds of ruckus and stirring up the people of Stormreach with their nonsense. We've been arresting them on sight, but that's left us short-handed. Therefore, all I have is Horn and his few knights to deal with this problem."
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go to a window and open it up so Twinkle can climb in.
Okay. And Twinkle doesn't climb in; she flies in on the sourcelet, and as soon as she does, there you just hear the sounds of weapons being drawn and bowstrings being pulled taut. And
It's okay.
the
It's our
night-
friend.
the knight captain holds up his hand and looks around the room, and you can hear now the weapons going back into their sheaths. Shouldn't try something like that again, my friends.
We were going to use her to break us out later and just ignore you completely. But I figured we would be friendly with each other.
He looks to each of you, and he says, "All 6 of you now. Are you all traveling?" Well, 5. 6. 1, 2, 3. I guess that one counts as a half, as he gestures towards Twinkle. 4.5. You're all together then. Yes? Traveling together?
Well, there's another one of us as well. It's what did you say it was? A big lizard? Have you seen a big lizard?
Yeah, I'll just head out into the jungle, and I'm sure you'll run into one. May not want to, though.
No, I don't think that's what they're looking for.
Yes, we're looking
Scorched.
for
What are you looking for?
so we're looking for a lizard man named Vrax.
And the captain looks to a few of the retainers around the table and says, "Does this sound familiar to you? A Vrax?" And the individuals are looking to him and slowly shaking their heads now. Well,
We're also looking for a cleric named Adelum.
let me just add that to the very long list of things that my knights and I have to take care of here in the city, since the Stormlords have been, unfortunately, absent. Stormreach has been plagued by followers of the Lords of Dust. I thought we'd have wiped them out, but apparently we haven't.
What are the Lords of Dust?
Nasty folk. Death worshipping.
And what are the Stormlords?
Stormlords are the Lords of Stormreach. They facilitate yes, you are within the city of Stormreach on the continent of Zendrick.
Continent? Are we not on top of the ocean?
There's an ocean that way. And he gestures out the doors that you were led through down the chamber.
This Eberron place is extremely strange.
Now, and he begins taking the badges out of the box and setting them on the table with a hearty thunk. And with each one, he punctuates a sentence with the word, and he says, I thought we had wiped them out. And he begins walking up to each of you and pressing the badge into your hands. But apparently we haven't. These purveyors of fear and death are taking advantage of the current crisis and committing murder sprees throughout the city.
You want us to murder them?
As my appointed deputies in this matter, and he sort of spits that out as he presses the badge into your hand, Fathom, you'll have license to kill these wretches on sight. I want you to find their lair and wipe them out, and eliminate anyone who gets in your way, and don't worry about collateral damage. If you do what I say, I will see that you are pardoned. No charges will be brought up against you. If you can prove that you are, in fact, not these individuals and find them. And what the hell? I'll throw in 500 gold apiece, in addition to my gratitude, which is worth considerably more. And he says, a few blocks from the city gates is a place called Molu's Distillery. You'll find a spy there named Tarina who likes to hang out and gather rumors for the Flame. Tarina owes me a favor, so tell her you work for me. And ask her what she knows about the Lords of Dust. And for the love of the Keeper of the Flame, be nice. Tarina has dangerous friends.
Who is the Keeper of the Flame?
And he's sort of taken aback by your question.
He's new in town.
I'm supposed to know who that is.
We'll let them.
The Keeper of the Flame, I'll tell you what, Shock, make a history check. We'll see how much you know about the Keeper of the Flame.
I don't see that skill. I see athletic, dispatch, perception, sleight of hand, stealth, and survival. The rest are invisible, too.
Let's see. Well, Keeper of the Flame.
I'm assuming the captain does not know either.
Oh, he knows. All right.
I'm going to point at Horn. Does he know who the Keeper of the Flame is?
One does not know.
Horn is being silly.
Ha ha ha. Horn like joke.
The Keeper of the Flame is the leader of our organization.
The leader, huh?
Mistress Jailadoran.
Mistress? So it's not a guy.
No. Jailer is 11.
Wait, what?
Yes, she's 11. And he just sort of looks at you, sort of, with a serious look on his face, like he's not kidding.
Yes.
She serves as the Keeper of the Flame, the spiritual leader of our organization, the Church of the Silver Flame.
Well, that explains a lot. Okay.
So what I say, and he steps closer to you now, For the love of the Keeper of the Flame, I am being deadly serious. Tarina is not to be trifled with. And he now finishes handing out the badges, and he turns and he looks and he says, because I don't trust you, Horn here is going to escort you around the city while you complete this task.
Well, of course he is. I wouldn't have agreed to this if he wasn't coming. The guy's hilarious. Did you hear his joke earlier?
And the Knight Captain just sort of side-eyes you, Fathom, and begins looking around the room to each of you, to Alistair, to Twinkle, to Scorch, to Shock, and says, you all understand that if any of you try anything or harm Lieutenant Horn, you will be killed on sight. There is no escape from us. Prove yourselves worthy, prove yourselves true, and not the perpetrators of this crime, and slay those responsible, and you will earn your pardon.
Can Horn show us around the city?
Horn will do what he must in his duties. Now get out of my sight. And he gestures towards the double doors leading out of the chamber.
I get the impression that he didn't like looking at us. When he said, now get out of my sight, was he talking to Horn also? Because Horn's with us.
It was
I don't think he likes Horn.
comment.
No, I think he meant it.
Scorch is going to leave the office.
One by one, you all pass out of this building, which appears to be some sort of barracks that has been festooned with the iconography of the Silver Flame. The militant religious organization here within Stormreach.
Hey, Horn.
Yes.
When's somebody going to take these handcuffs off us? You expect us to do this with no hands?
Oh, they already took them off.
I didn't hear anybody say that.
Yeah, they were taking
They're still on the rest of us.
they were taking the shackles off of all of you as soon as the Knight Captain offered this little task, if you will.
Very well. My friends need somewhere to rest. Look at them. They're all beat up.
Do I recognize the area we're in?
Yes, you do. You are very familiar with this city.
Can I just lead us to my house, or which one is it again? Hold Tarkana?
Well, you could. But you're fairly certain that if you led these people and this Silver Flame Templar to your enclave, they would be killed on sight.
JK, not doing that.
Probably shouldn't lead us to your big murder den.
I'm not a murderer.
Yeah. Want to know a secret?
Are you going to give me a choice?
Yeah.
I'm sure. I would love to know your secret.
I am.
That's cool. Can we go back to the alley and do a quick look before everything there goes dry?
Frax! Twinkle is yelling now into her ring, calling, Adalum! Adamantium!
That was more than 2 syllables.
She got a headache when she said that. And there is now a silence. Just this absence of sound coming from the ring. And then there's another sound that begins to emit from the remaining rings within the trio of signet rings in unison begin to emit a noise. And the three of you hear a gravelly voice now speaking up. It sounds familiar and foreign all at the same time. You hear the voice of your former companion, Vrax. And you hear him say,
Are you waiting on me or are you doing it?
I'm waiting on you, you're Vrax. What do you say?
Do not contact me again. I have no need for you or your company any longer. Pester me not, fools. I have found new allies in my adventures, and I need you not any longer. Do not contact me again.
Sounds like a great friend.
Or what?
Twinkle is just sort of looking dumbfounded at her ring, shaking it as if she's not sure if it's working right. Vrax, you sound funny!
Vrax has already destroyed the ring.
Okay. It's just an absence. None of you can sense Vrax's ring anymore. Attempting to further communicate with him and with his ring is unfortunately fruitless. And Twinkle just doesn't say a word. She just sort of sits down in her small stature in the middle, amidst the cobblestone streets, staring at the ring which she's now pulled off of her hand and is holding it, looking at it. And she then stands up, looks up at the rest of you, and drops the ring on the ground and says, "Who do I have to fucking kill to get out from under this fucker and his kind?" And she points towards Horn now. And this is the most articulate that Twinkle has ever been, Alistair and Scorch, since you've known her. And with a look of murder in her eyes, she just starts stalking off in any direction, seemingly aimless, but determined nonetheless. Walking away from you two. Walking away from the newcomers. Heading off in the distance as the sun begins to set. Sounds of the night city life in your ears echoing in the distance. The tall, strange structures of the city of Stormbreach looming large in the distance. And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
You guys knew my brother Vrax. I'm Brax.
Your brother what?
Brax.
Yes,
Brother-
like you all knew my brother Vrax. My name is Brax with a
Brax. Who's that?
His new character, I presume.
You presume a lot. I do not have a character named Brax. Nor do I have a lizard man at all.
Well, no one mentioned a lizard man. I think you just got caught.
He's adopted.
No.
You mind if I give this a try, Jeremy?
Sure, go ahead.
Last time on the Kaiju Squad, Vraximus takes on the Oracle, gets dragged into a watery grave. Alistair mumbles something really edgy, same as always. And where's the Delomat? Who is this half-orc child floating above the battlefield? Find out next time on the Dragon Between podcast.